Hearing will come to order. We have a lot of ground to cover. I'm not optimistic we will make it, so if I were you guys, unless we move, I would be keeping the idea that we will be back here after the baseball game very much on your mind. With that, gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Yes, sir. Good morning again, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask the unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would provide $100 million to the DHS Inspector General to oversee the execution of funding provided to the department in reconciliation. As you know, the first reconciliation bill provided $191 billion to DHS. The next reconciliation added nearly $70 billion to ICE and CBP. How much of that $260 billion did the authorizer set aside for the Inspector General to ensure that this massive amount of funding is not wasted or stolen? Zero. When we do supplementals, as an example, that includes funding for DHS. We typically allocate to OIG 1/4% and I emphasize 1/4% of the total funds for oversight. If that was done for reconciliation last summer, that would be over $477 million to OIG. And for the latest reconciliation bill, that would be $173 million if we would follow the precedent that we've done in supplementals. Together, that would be over $650 million to the OIG that normally they would get to prevent waste, fraud, but instead, they got zero. My amendment doesn't ask for $650 million, but it only redirects $100 million from the $10 billion fund created by reconciliation under Section 90007, 007, to the OIG so they can oversee the funds that were given to DHS in both reconciliation. This amount is to a penny on a dollar from DHS credit card account. I call that because how DHS is using the $10 billion fund is like a credit card. They use it for something, they pay it back out of appropriated funds. They use it to pay people to the lapse, and that was good. Then they pay it back out of appropriated funds again and again. A couple of $100 million here and a couple $100 million there is what we're seeing. The worst part is they don't tell us anything about it, no notifications, no reports. A $10 billion credit card paid by the taxpayers that nobody oversees, not a single person in this room. These funds will be much better used for fraud investigators, analysts, auditors, inspectors to ensure that the taxpayers' funds are being used responsibly and as Congress intended. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman for his amendment. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my distinguished ranking member. I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk. Nobody in here is opposed to oversight. The OIG plays an important role in oversight. But while we all appreciate that, this goes well beyond what they can feasibly execute in one fiscal year. I mean, even in this room, $100 million is a lot of money for 12 months. What can they feasibly execute as they contend with a staffing shortage of around 20%? You folks, many of you know better than I do what it takes to identify somebody, put them through the drill, especially the requirements of an OIG spot, some of them, and say, there you go, we got it. So, but you say, well, listen, this is just a no. We continue to provide the OIG robust funding for their oversight duties with this bill at $29 million above the president's request. That's a 15% jump. As we've been wrestling back and forth in other bills and whatever, that is not chump change in the context of this organization's mission and duties. And I've heard the argument directly from them, so this is not about my distinguished colleague, but it's about, well, by this formula on this bill, we should have got this. Really? Okay. Now you got 29 million already. Specific to reconciliation, we provided $12.8 million for the OIG this last fiscal year, and the same amount again this year. Focus specifically on oversight of funds Congress provided in reconciliation. That funding directly addresses the purpose behind this amendment in a way that the OIG, two important words, can absorb. The reality is that providing an almost, this would be a 40% increase, ladies and gentlemen, to the OIG's base budget may sound good, but the OIG could not hire staff fast enough to spend these dollars, and I'm sure the last folks who would want to create wasteful spending is the OIG. We have appropriated a generous amount for the OIG to perform their important function while we mention this amendment misses the mark. I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Quayer's amendment. The bill as it's currently written explicitly cuts the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General by 12%. But funding for DHS has dramatically skyrocketed. This week, House and Senate Republicans have moved forward with another $70 billion immigration enforcement bill, which includes a $5 billion slush fund for Secretary Mullen to use as he sees fit. It appears that congressional Republicans are trying to preemptively cover their tracks and hamstring the OIG's ability to oversee a large, unchecked pot of funds, including the $75 billion that ICE got in the Big Ugly Bill. This amendment would simply allow unused funds from the Big Ugly Bill to be used by Homeland Security's Office of OIG to track and to audit funding to help ensure that it's not being wasted or misused. This provision, by cutting the IG, really is just emphasizing and reminding us of what happened at the beginning of this administration when each agency's OIG was fired. They cut the watchdogs immediately coming in, and since then we've had everything possible to limit access to information and transparency. The OIG is the way to get it done. They are the ones that are put in place, and they should be well funded so they can actually root out fraud, waste, and abuse. And I believe that this is abuse.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will yield.
The gentleman indicated that, in fact, the OIG was cut by 12%, I believe you said.
Yes.
But the subcommittee chair said that it was increased 29 million over the president's.
Over the president. The president didn't ask for anything,
So the president asked for
or
almost
even
nothing.
less.
So when the gentleman says everybody wants oversight, apparently not.
It would appear that everybody but the
includes the
president.
president.
With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate my chairman's remarks, but the bill before us cuts funding from the IG compared to FY26. We got to compare apples to apples and not oranges to something else. And there's no way the IG can do its mission with less money while the rest of the department continues to grow. Members, we added $260 billion on top of what we usually appropriate to DHS. So again, I would ask you to consider this and make sure that we understand that even if you vote no on this, just keep in mind, down the line, we gotta adjust this because we're not measuring apples to apples or oranges to oranges. It is a cut from FY26, and we did add $260 billion. So I certainly encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to prohibit any funds in this act from being used to establish or support the activities of a disinformation governance board at the Department of Homeland Security or any other similar entity that carries out activities relating to so-called disinformation. I'm grateful that on day one, President Trump acted to defend America's First Amendment rights by issuing Executive Order 14149, restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, which bars federal agencies from pressuring social media companies to censor America's speech. It reaffirmed a basic truth as outlined in the First Amendment of the Constitution. The government has no role in controlling or censoring Americans' free speech, including online expression. So this amendment is basically a codification of that executive order. While CISA within the Department of Homeland Security was originally created with bipartisan support to protect our nation's critical infrastructure from physical and cyber threats, the agency became weaponized as a censorship tool under the Biden administration. For example, in 2021, CISA renamed the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force to the Mis, Dis, and Malinformation Team, dropping the word foreign entirely, an alarming pivot toward domestic speech policing. CISA also participated in the now defunct Disinformation Governance Board, a failed effort to monitor and censor American speech. While the board was shut down following public outcry, similar activities and entities persisted. A 2022 report revealed plans to target the so-called inaccurate information on issues such as the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic, the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the U.S. support for Ukraine, topics central to the public debate. The now infamous Twitter files and other revelations showed how CISA and related efforts actively shaped online discourse by working through third parties, engaging in what amounts to government by proxy censorship. There was even a formalized process involving a special Facebook portal for government officials to flag America's content for suppression or throttling. These actions represent a direct and serious violation to our First Amendment freedoms. While we have come a long way since that dark time, with now an administration that really does care about protecting America's constitutional liberties, my amendment sends a clear message. Not one taxpayer dollar should go toward reviving the Disinformation Governance Board or any similar censorship apparatus at DHS. After all, the solution to mal, mis, and disinformation is more information, not censorship. My amendment aims to further protect America's constitutional rights and helps ensure that DHS agencies focus on the real threats that they're intended to address, like cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, not policing the speech of American citizens. I urge all members to support my common sense amendment, and I yield back a minute 54. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back time. Gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. During the previous administration, an ill-conceived and most likely unconstitutional disinformation board was established by then Secretary Mayorkas. This amendment ensures that it cannot be brought back to life. The federal government should not be in the business of determining what is or is not disinformation. What's the danger of having a government disinformation board? We should not give partisan officials from either party the power to label something that doesn't fit their preferred political narrative disinformation. Even the ACLU, not exactly a conservative organization, tweeted about this disinformation board. We're skeptical of the government arbitrating truth and falsity. I urge the adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Again, keep this virtuous competition up. It's very good. Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully oppose this amendment because I think it's unnecessary at this time. It's been over 4 years since the department considered how to try to address misinformation. I would say that the likelihood under this administration using funds to create a disinformation governing board is pretty low. And again, but none of us know what the future might hold. I'm not willing to say what Russia or China might do in the future, but I do understand the gentleman's concern about this issue, but I respectfully oppose this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I agree, I think, with the underlying premise that the government should not be in charge of or have agencies trying to characterize what is disinformation or not. But there is a line that I want to make sure we don't cross, and I'm not going to support the amendment because I'm not sure. But let's say, some of you remember Orson Welles many years ago, long before most of you were born, The War of the Worlds. And it sounded like a news report that a huge meteor was coming at the United States, and people were starting to panic. That was clearly misinformation. It was presumably entertainment, but it was misinformation and had a real consequence. If information like that is not rebutted by government or the private sector itself, would you characterize that as the government somehow trying to counter misinformation, which would be dangerous to the populace? I asked that to the sponsor. You weren't listening? I am shocked.
Shame on him.
Deeply saddened and chagrined. My question is, if you have some misinformation, the chairman or the ranking member mentioned foreign governments, and you mentioned that was taken out. That clearly is trying to give misinformation to the public, or a domestic giving misinformation to the public. Would your amendment suggest that the government cannot correct information which is clearly false?
Which was that the solution to misinformation or malinformation or disinformation is more information. More information. That's the solution.
My question to you is, can the government give that more information? Well, then, they are clearly contesting what is proper information, correct information. There are many of us who believe the president doesn't give correct information, as you know, and pretty provable over the time, that somebody could not say Dr. Fauci, for instance, no, taking that is not good for you. In any event, they're somewhat rhetorical questions because I don't think there really is an answer to it, but misinformation is a real problem that the public can be damaged by.
Thank the
I yield back.
gentleman. Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Laura, is recognized to address the amendment.
I just want to make a very quick comment, and I apologize to Mr. Ivey. I find this, thanks. I find this amendment really very troubling. We are dealing with, and the gentleman from Maryland referred to this, we're dealing with an administration that pumps out misinformation not on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, or no information at all. It's quite interesting that we can get no information on a war in Iran and what is happening. We have people election denials. I heard the President of the United States say the other day on an interview that it was bad cops who allowed the insurgents to come into the Capitol on January 6th. He referred to them as dirty cops, or FBI folks allowing people to come into these. This is disinformation. Let us place it where it belongs, and let's correct it. These are lies that are being sent out to the public, and in fact, there are a number of people who believe the lies that are perpetrated by this administration. And I call into question the use of the Constitution. Please, spare me. Spare me. You look at the Constitution whenever you think it suits your purpose. We have a constitutional right in this body. It's the power of the purse. It's Article 1. It's flagrantly abused every single day by this administration. My gosh, you know, let's start. The disinformation starts at the top. Let's address that issue and not the one that is in this amendment, which is, quite frankly, it's a joke. This amendment is a joke. It should be treated that way. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with this. Let's assume good faith on all sides, that there can be reasonable disagreement on this issue. I agree with my colleague from Connecticut with respect to, I think, false information that's come out of the Trump administration. I know your side believes that there was false information that came out of the Biden administration. And the free market of ideas, the competition of that is usually the way that's best defended. But that's not what this agency is about. This was created not for the debates that can be had over a 6 to 12 or 18-month time frame. This was created for emergency scenarios, especially with respect to our election. So when I was on the Homeland Security Committee, actually Judiciary too in the last Congress, we looked exactly at this. And false information, Russia, China, North Korea, other nations, and terrorist organizations are flooding the United States with false information on a daily basis. They use bots, and they're very strategic about it. And the idea behind this agency was we need something to counter that. And we especially need something to counter that in emergency situations like during elections where they're pumping out information like, you know what, in town X, the polls are actually closed on Tuesday. Or don't go to poll X because there are people with guns out there who want to try and hurt you. False information like that that could actually undermine basic democratic rights, we need to address. We need to be ready to fight back against that. And then I think there are basic information issues too. And this isn't necessarily in the type of scenario I think you're talking about, but let's say there's a scenario where, let's say someone pumps out information in a community that there's an active shooter at elementary school X in your town. Should the government have the right or the duty, frankly, to respond to that and try and take down that information if possible? I think absolutely, because you're actually creating a dangerous situation if you don't. You've got parents rushing to the scene, police, more importantly, law enforcement rushing to the scene, expecting to find an active shooter, which means they've got their guns drawn. And we don't know what they're going to do with them when they have them drawn if they don't get the correct information. And we know that the correct information is important in this kind of scenario because if you take this out and you use the regular dispatcher situation, that's exactly what police officers are checking. They're checking with the dispatcher to make sure this guy with a gun, they want to make sure that the information that they're getting is accurate so that if they decide to use deadly force, it's based on correct and full information. So I get the political debates of the past. We can go through Jimmy Kimmel or whatever you want to do. what the FCC is currently doing, all those things, we can debate those, and we have plenty of time to do them. But this was an agency aimed at addressing this particular problem, and guess what? It's coming back in November. It's coming in November. And the question is the United States, since we have full information, we fully understand that this is happening. There's no doubt about it. We can debate, the president can go on TV and debate whether he won the 2020 election or not. I don't think we need to repeat that, but 2026 is upon us. And we know that people are going to be using disinformation efforts to undermine the vote. Don't we want to have something in place in our government structure to address that? By the way, that's why it's in the Department of Homeland Security. This is a basic Homeland Security right. Protecting democracy is something we want to make sure that happens. And I'll stop with this. Terrorist efforts, well, this might be an easy way. I don't know. 15 years ago, there was a Bruce Willis movie where the terrorist used cyber issues, and he took control of traffic systems, water systems, and the like in order to create chaos as a distraction. But the question for us now is, are there terrorist organizations or foreign adversary countries that could do something like that with cybersecurity? And we saw Israel do this already, frankly, in other countries. And if that's the case, and we know it is, what is in place to protect U.S. citizens from that kind of attack? And if you take this structure out, there's no clear answer as to who that is. So I get what the underlying interest was. I get the underlying motivation, what it is. We can disagree about the particulars of it, but you're making the country less safe if you defund this entity. And so I'd ask all of you to vote against this. At best, send it back to the Homeland Security, send it to an authorizing committee where they can have full hearings on this like we did 2 years ago. And by the way, we did not have a bill like this come out of that full committee. Let's send it back to them and see what they get when they have a chance to hear from all of the experts, including in the military and our diplomatic forces and our intelligence community. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm stunned that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are calling into question our defense of the First Amendment of the Constitution. You know, our Constitution constantly needs to be defended because it is constantly under attack. What this amendment does is basically codify a presidential executive order. I think we need less of Orwellian 1984 and more of 1776. I encourage support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Being the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment is adopted. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful to my good friend from Nevada, and we appreciate the Keep Tahoe Blue. And I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Amadei, for including a provision in this bill that would honor a rider that we carried in our annual bill since 2019 that prohibits reconciliation funds from being used to bypass those areas that were historically protected. That was SpaceX, historical cemeteries, historical chapel, and other things down in the valley, and I really appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. This amendment that I have today would modify that section and ensure that some additional areas in my district are protected in my hometown and surrounding area. I know CBP has suggested operational concerns. I understand that. It's the same concerns I heard back in 2019, but this Congress nevertheless went ahead and put those historical exceptions to the border wall. I would say one thing. I was against open borders. Definitely, I was against open borders. We do know that the numbers have gone down, historical numbers. The numbers have gone down. But I would say also that those numbers went down without a single foot of border wall being built. Not a single foot of a border wall was built, but the numbers went down, and they were done for two reasons. One, something that some of us have been advocating for many years, you got to have repercussions at the border. If somebody comes in, they're not supposed to be here, they should be returned back. And the second thing was we got Mexico and Central American countries to do what they should have been done for many years, and that is hold people that are coming to the U.S. From coming in. That brought down the historical numbers that we see now without a single foot of border wall. And there's other ways that we can also protect this without having bullet fencing in those areas. We added billions of dollars to technology, and all we're asking is to address certain areas from the border wall. Texas has a 1,200-mile border, 1,200-mile border, and we're just asking for a mile here and another mile here. Downtown Laredo, which is my hometown, the World Trade Bridge and the Laredo-Columbia international bridges. We're asking that because we got a presidential permit at the World Trade Bridge. We got another permit at the Columbia Bridge, and we're going to expand that, those bridges. So why build border wall fencing when we're about to do an expansion at both bridges? The Chacon Park, the Father Mackinac Park, the Santa Rita Park, the San Ignacio Historical District in Zapata, Falcon Lake, and of course the other one that my friend Ms. Escobar and myself were interested in is Big Bend, the Big Bend National Park and the state park. And if anybody's gone to Big Bend, you have seen what I call God's walls. They're big cliffs that we have. I also would like to note also, Mr. Chairman, that the Homeland just put over $1 billion contract for Big Bend, and they said specifically no ballot walls, but they're going to put the vehicle barriers and use technology. So the administration already said they don't want to put a fence there. So I'm just going along with the administration and saying we don't need a border wall there at Big Bend National Park and the state park. So again, look, you've heard me talk about technology. We're talking about a mile here and a mile here. We got the river boats that Air and Marine has. We have technology. We've gotten rid of the Carrizo cane. Also, as you know, the Coast Guard is setting up a presence in the Rio Grande Valley where they're going to add additional support to the Air and Marine and Border Patrol. So you got the Coast Guard, you got the Border Patrol, you got Air and Marine, you got all this effort. And if Border Patrol cannot cover 1 little mile without saying that they need the border wall, the 30-foot wall, then I question them, and I say that respectfully. If they can't do that, they've done that in the valley, and I'm asking that we consider doing this. Members, I would ask you to consider out of the 1,200 miles of river that we have in Texas, that we just carve up a couple of miles in some of the areas that I've talked about. We can use any other technology except for the border wall. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment like we did in 2019, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for the amendment. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleague, the distinguished ranking member, touche. I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk. While I understand Representative Cuellar is generally opposed to the construction of wall in his district, the wholesale elimination of border wall in this proposal, roughly 183 miles worth by CBP's count, represents a significant risk to border security in South Texas. This is especially important in urban areas where the mission is markedly different, where aliens can vanish into the population in mere seconds. So what would happen if this amendment were to pass? In downtown Laredo, 41% of all entries, attempted and actual, occurred in the area that the amendment would not allow the border wall to build in. You say, well, what's your basis for saying that? We asked Border Patrol, like, how's it working down there for the areas that are open? And, you know, that sort of stuff. At the World Trade Bridge, Father, don't pick on me because your Spanish is just a tiny bit better than mine.
Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, so you can start laughing. You might as well start right now. The Father M Park, 34% of all entries in the Laredo sector. In just that small 4 miles, nearly 75% of all illegal entries happen in Laredo. But under this amendment, those entries would continue unabated. Today, the Border Patrol has to flood those areas with manpower to keep it under control, but once the wall is built, those agents can be deployed in a more strategic manner in accordance with whatever the local management is for that sector. And we haven't even yet talked about the other 79 miles or so that wouldn't be available for wall to be built or use waterborne barriers. In short, this amendment reduces the ability of the men and women in green to do the job Congress authorized them to do and the American people depend on them to do, which is secure the border. Now, I want to apologize to my colleague from Maryland, because evidently the gentleman from Georgia, who's not even here now, wasn't paying attention to your question earlier, and that should never have happened. But I appreciate the spirit, and I appreciate the description of God's cliffs and all that other sort of stuff. This doesn't mean that the mission, if you will, in terms of building the wall, can't evolve to whatever the terrain requires in some sort of responsible NEPA-type sense, those sorts of things. But to basically take this option off the table as a matter of law is not a responsible way to proceed, especially in the information that we have now. So I respectfully oppose the gentleman's amendment. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support the ranking member's amendment. I don't know if any of you in this room, outside of my colleague from Texas and potentially other colleagues from Texas, have ever been to Big Bend. Big Bend is spectacular. I wish our committee could modernize a bit and we could utilize these screens for AV presentations. I would love to show you video of Big Bend National Park. I would love for you to see the breathtaking beauty of it and the treacherous nature of it as well. It is miles and miles and miles of mountainscape, rivers, Chihuahuan desert, creeks, streams, etc. For those who camp or hike at Big Bend, they are warned, be careful. You've got to have enough water. You've got to know the landscape because you could die out there. And it is so far removed from urban areas that really it is quite the drive to even get out to Big Bend National Park. Texans in that area and really across our state in a bipartisan way have unified around saving Big Bend National Park and preventing a wall from going in there. And I'm telling you, ranchers, law enforcement, local law enforcement, elected officials on both sides of the aisle have said, Leave Big Bend alone. I want you to imagine putting a wall through the Grand Canyon. That is how we in Texas feel about building a wall through Big Bend. That not only does it not make sense, but it would destroy a national treasure. And frankly, it would really negatively impact wildlife and wildlife crossings. The Trump administration has been very inconsistent in what it has told residents and Texans about a wall or about barriers. And frankly, the people of Texas, especially the people of Texas who love Big Bend, deserve an answer. We have heard from the CBP commissioner and others that no wall will go in there. If that's true, that's great. Let's give Texans then the assurance that Congress will stand by that commitment and that we will not allow Big Bend to be destroyed. You know, the other component of this that is really scary, I mentioned that there have been mixed signals from the administration. The administration recently waived all environmental laws. And so, Chairman Amade, I echo what all of our colleagues have said about your leadership, how grateful we all are for your partnership, your friendship, and how much you will be missed. You have said that it would not be responsible, basically, to tie the hands, so to speak, of CBP. I don't think it's responsible to waive environmental laws. Those are there for a reason. And so we need to stand not just with our ranking member on this issue, not just with Texans of all backgrounds and of different political persuasions, but really with Americans who treasure our natural resources and incredible places like Big Bend that once destroyed really cannot be rebuilt. I urge everyone to vote yes on this amendment. Stand with Texans who are fighting for Big Bend. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add something to what Ms. Escobar talked about when they waive all the environmental, this administration used the Biden numbers and not the current numbers to waive this. So they're using a different numbers to do the waiving of this numbers. I would also say that, and I understand you and I got the same information from CBP. I heard that years ago in 2019, and we still waived it, because we said, this is Congress, and we're gonna waive certain miles. I also wanna say that when, you gotta live at the border, and once you put this 30-foot ballard, you're damaging that area for years. And under the Bush administration, when we talked the border wall, they also brought up the fact that the Laredo sector and the Big Bend area had the lowest crossings in the world, in the country. And for years, Laredo has been the lowest crossing areas except for the Big Bend area. All of a sudden, CBP, and I, I'm saying this gently, also they're saying it's a big problem. It was not a problem during the Bush administration. It was not a problem even during the Biden administration. Our area has been the lowest crossing areas along with the Big Bend. And I would like to emphasize the fact that we're looking at a particular situation that we've covered this before. And even Border Patrol, the Border Patrol Union before 2019, before 2012, they also said that a border wall was out there. It was something we shouldn't use. It's a 14th century solution to a 20-foot wall, a problem that we're facing right now. So again, Mr. Chairman, I've heard these arguments from CBP. It seems like now, under this administration, they're saying, oh, it's a big problem, when the Big Bend area and the Laredo area have always been the lowest crossing. And if we're bragging that we are historical numbers and there is 0 crossing numbers, again, I question that. There are a few people that do cross. But again, I would ask you to look at this as a process. We're just doing this right now, and just like we did in 2019, it was originally, the committee said no, but once we got into the conference committee, we're able to add it, so I would ask you to do that. And with that, I say that you support my amendment and say no border wall to the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. I would remind everybody, we have a lot of work to do. I'm going to continue to be generous with the clock, but let's please try and hold it down to somewhere close to the time limits. But it's your home. I get it, okay? Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call's been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Mr. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Electronic technology would work. I vote with Mr. Cuellar. Well, let's modernize here. 21st century stuff. Come on, folks.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Bishop, aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Franklin, no.
The next gentleman from Florida,
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Texas, have you already voted?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. In this vote, the ayes are 26 and noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk and ask for unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would include several reforms to how DHS conducts itself during immigration enforcement operations. This language picks up where negotiations left off in January. It focuses on reforms not addressed on the chairman's mark. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Amadei, thank you for including some of those reforms. But I think we need to keep the dialogue open, including requiring the use of arrest warrants, ensuring that DHS cannot withhold evidence in the use of force incidents, mandates use of force standards, enforces detention standards, and it also includes some of the language that the White House communicated to Congress that they would be willing to codify, and that includes improving the use of body-worn cameras, including the retention of audio and video footage, limitations on immigration enforcement at sensitive areas we all want to protect. That includes schools, hospitals, and churches. And the reforms I'm putting forth on the table today is an important step to require to getting back the public trust that we need to have on DHS, on ICE, and reflect standards that are no different that we also hold our state and local law enforcement to. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his amendment. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk. You know, my colleagues didn't object to the Obama or Biden administration using these same authorities. I also want to thank my ranking member for acknowledging that we are all justifiably proud of what we've included in the bill regarding identification, cameras, training, de-escalation training, those sorts of things. They all needed to be done. And we did them together. God forbid, we did them together. However, when I hear we need to keep the dialogue going, we do. And I look forward to that. But passing these right now doesn't keep the dialogue going. It puts them in the bill. And there are many things we need to keep the dialogue going, and some of these are important parts. But this isn't about keeping the dialogue going. As they say, the devil is always in the details. And I can list off, you know, what's in here, but everybody knows what's in here. Heck, they were talking about a lot quite publicly between the administration and the Senate back in January. And I won't editorialize on what I thought was going on there. We'll just skip beyond that because the chairman would probably fire me from this job if I did that. Hey, by the way, can we not take that off the table? Anyhow, let's just be honest. This is about not wanting ICE to enforce laws regarding internal enforcement. That's my opinion. It's not speaking for anybody else. We support continuing the dialogue and building on the successes we've already had, but this is really an open borders amendment masquerading as reform. I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and listen to the chair talk about keeping the dialogue going. Why don't we hold up the money to ICE while we keep the dialogue going? $260 billion to ICE in order for them to continue to abuse American citizens. This is it's really pretty incredible that it doesn't include saying, okay, we're going to stop what we're doing with getting money to you while we keep this dialogue going on what are the kinds of reforms that are necessary to keep in check a lawless rogue agency at the moment. So I appreciate the chairman's trying to cover this up, but it is not, now is the time to address the issues of reforms. I rise in support of this amendment. It puts necessary reforms in the appropriations bills and, yes, the reconciliation bill on the rogue agencies like ICE that have been terrorizing Americans. ICE, Border Patrol are completely out of control. They are terrorizing our communities. They tear families apart and even killing American citizens. It's unacceptable. We should acknowledge how unacceptable it is. It is clear that the reforms are urgently needed. This amendment would require ICE to obtain warrants. Don't kick a door down and enter someone's house without getting a warrant. They need to identify themselves. We need to establish the use of force standards and prohibit raids on sensitive locations like courthouses and places of worship. These are the reforms that the majority of Americans support across the political spectrum. Yet, rather than listen to the national outcry that is building, the majority has bypassed the jurisdiction of this committee and have provided ICE and Border Patrol another $70 billion through their reconciliation bill. I would think we'd be up in arms. We are on our side up in arms about it, but the Republicans are silent on $70 billion in addition to $191 billion that we are going to give to ICE without any oversight or reforms. That $70 billion, 3 years of advance funding with no oversight, no reforms, and no accountability. My God, we want to watch every dime that is spent on a nutrition program. For God help you, you got an extra meal, et cetera, but so let's crack down on waste. Let's crack down on the waste that we're looking at in these bills. This bill represents the president's priorities in action. If you assault a police officer on behalf of the president, you get a pardon and a payout. But if you look at an ICE agent the wrong way, you get beaten up and you get detained. You know, the American public, they're tired of these agencies acting like they are above the very law that we trust them to enforce. This amendment is an important step towards reining them in. Yes, let's continue the dialogue, and as we continue that dialogue about the reforms, let us hold up the money that we are providing to ICE. $70 billion in a reconciliation bill that passed in the House last night, passed in the Senate, the $191 billion in the big, beautiful bill, and in this bill, another $17 billion. For God's sakes, hold up the money until we do have that dialogue and come to some conclusion. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
What did you say? Recognize me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking on this amendment because it seems to me the best opportunity to bring up what we all ought to be talking about. Americans have been deeply disturbed by the videos and images we've seen on ICE raids. We've seen ICE employ tactics reminiscent or perhaps replicating authoritarian regimes, including bursting into private homes without warrants, detaining individuals improperly without withholding evidence from investigators, and more. It is, in many respects, an agency run amok. That's a pretty harsh term. The President of the United States, or I suppose Secretary Noem, sent a group of ICE and CBP to Minneapolis. There were no riots at that time, but the riots were incited, sadly, by those who went there to run amok. Now, when I say run amok, let me quote the individual that, when chaos occurred, was sent to calm the troubled waters in Minneapolis. His name was Tom Homan. Let me give you a quote from Tom Homan. "I don't care what the judges think. I don't care." That is an agency run amok. If that agency no longer respects the law and their pledge to uphold the law and the Constitution of the United States. The result has been violations of Americans' liberty and, yes, American lives. Alex Preddy, Renee Good, killed at the hands of ICE and CBP. Have those persons or that organization been held accountable yet? I think not. If we do not hold them accountable, can it happen again? I think so. Ranking Member Cuellar's amendment would take important steps in that direction, requiring judicial warrants before arrests or seizures, requiring agents to wear body cameras, no more raids into churches, hospitals, schools, or even courthouses, compliance with national detention standards, including access to medical care and sanitary conditions. You've heard about these, one could call them concentration camps, but I won't do that. But they are camps that are inconsistent with the humanity of America. I urge my colleagues to join in supporting this amendment. It is the moral and constitutional imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to speak again, and I'm going to have some other examples of what I've just said. But I urge you to think about this, because we all live in the same home, America. And we say that America is an exceptional country, and that it is. But it is exceptional because we are a nation of laws. Contrary to Tom Homan, we care about what judges say. And because we are a nation of laws and care what judges say, we have, for the most part, been a nation that follows the law, follows the Constitution, and respects individual liberties. That is what this, at this present time in America, this Homeland debate is about. I've got 6 seconds left. I will close and I'll be back.
Thank the gentleman. He actually was over by 15, but that's pretty good, so that's no complaint. Our clocks can't both be wrong, so I have to go by the one in front of me, but again, that was fine. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to yield to Mr. Hoyer.
Thank the gentleman for you.
He's back.
This is a poster. Presumably, all of you recognize this poster. Too many have forgotten that night. This is the result of the President of the United States saying to some on television, to the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. This is the result of the President of the United States calling to Washington a large mob. This is the result of telling that mob to go down to the Capitol and fight like hell. This has been characterized by some as tourists visiting the Capitol. Now, where's the yeah. This is Minneapolis, Minnesota. Most of you saw this woman being dragged out of her car with her seatbelt on and being treated in a way clearly inconsistent with our laws and Constitution. These are related incidents because Tom Homan said, who is high up in the organization, I don't care what the judges say. We all live in this house. I don't mean the House of Representatives, I mean in this country. We all have a responsibility to protect our citizens, our country, our Constitution, and our Declaration of Independence. We said some profound things in those two documents. I was Leader McConnell, Speaker McCarthy, now Majority Leader Scalise, Nancy Pelosi, and I at a place they took us for safety for the leadership, not for us as individuals, on January 6th. There was not one of those leaders who was not outraged. And there was not one of those leaders who didn't think the administration was responsible. Not one. Maybe that's why one of them's gone. I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, this is, as I said last night, the third highest revenued armed force in the world. Not the largest in numbers. Highest other than the United States and China. Our democracy, our Constitution, our swearing our oath demands that we act in accordance with protecting our country and our people and our values. That's what this accountability amendment that Mr. Cuellar has offered. That's what the debate was in the United States Senate, to try to assure that we did not again subject our citizens and our institutions to being overrun by force. We live in the same house. We all have in common that we are Americans and we love our country. If we love our country, we will maintain its values and its protections. I hope all of us will think in that vein, not of our partisan position, but of our patriotic positions. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCullum, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of has been said, and I thank the ranking member for the amendment, and I thank Mr. Hoyer for his remarks. And I could talk about a lot of things that are in Mr. Cuellar's amendment, but I'm going to just focus on one part right now, and that's the part that doesn't get quite as much of attention, but it should get more attention. Minnesota had to file a lawsuit against the Department of Justice for withholding evidence in the shooting of Renee Good and Scott Petty. Now, this is not how the federal government and state law enforcement agencies have historically operated. Not historically operated that way in Minnesota. And I want to quote, as I did on our CGS markup from the state lawsuit. Before January 2026, when serious incidents occurred in Minnesota that affected both the state and the federal interest, state agencies and federal investigators worked collaboratively sharing information. They coordinated investigation steps, ensuring that both sovereigns, the state and the federal government, had access to the evidence necessary to fulfill their prospective responsibilities, and that included investigations of shootings by federal officers. So what this amendment does, it ensures that we restore those best practices for joint investigations and transparency. And to that end, I have been really working hard with our Attorney General and others because we want the information about these incidents. We want the information of the identity of the agents involved. But we were denied access. We were denied even to be the way that we should have been as a state sovereign at the crime scene. So the federal government has a responsibility to work with states in cases like this. They need to not step on states' rights when it comes to investigations. We need to be able to seek justice for our constituents, for U.S. citizens, and yes, restore confidence that this trial, if it leads into one, will be done with the utmost respect for evidence. So I support this amendment. The last thing I'm going to say is the reconciliation bill, passed last week, and things have calmed down in Minnesota, and we're working with the federal government the way that we had in the past with issues, now that we don't have an invasion of 4,000 officers banging on doors, shooting people in the leg, pulling people who are disabled out of their cars, with full gear. And I've said this before because I've been in battle zones, looked like we were going into Fallujah, folks, outside of schools, outside of hospitals, nurses and doctors, when people came from the detention centers with head injuries that they normally would have reported to law enforcement and put that person in protective custody from the abuser, had the abusers, and maybe not the person who inflicted the injury, but the person wearing that uniform, standing next to them, questioning their medical decisions, telling them not to put things in reports. Just fix them up and put them in and let them go. We still, I found out last week, have a Native American who's still missing. We can't figure out where this person went, a U.S. citizen, a person whose ancestry was here before this country was founded. Still missing. Still missing. So I thank the gentleman for bringing forth the amendment, and we need to get this right. We cannot be silent. We cannot turn a blind eye. Law enforcement's law enforcement. There should be expectations on how they're handled. Evidence and trials, there should be expectations that we all hold dear for that. And with that, I really probably, we've been saying this too much. We know what the outcome's going to be. The outcome shouldn't be what it is on this amendment. And that's why I voted no on the reconciliation. We are better than this. And I want to prove to my constituents that we will continue to work together to be the best we can be in protecting their civil rights, their human rights, and their constitutional rights. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivy, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the subcommittee chair for saying that he's going to continue to work with the ranking member on this, and I look forward to that. I do take exception, though, with a statement that the chair made, which was that this is an open borders bill. And I'm in Maryland. I'm not close to the Canadian border or the southern border. So it really doesn't have anything to do, from my perspective, with that. But one yardstick I would say to use when you all are evaluating this is, what do your own state and local police officers have to do? When you go through this amendment, is this amendment asking ICE or Border Patrol to do anything that your state and local police don't already have to do? Judicial warrants. If your local police officers go into a house without a warrant, maybe there's an exception, hot pursuit or something like that, but generally speaking, they can't do it. And if they do, they've broken the Constitution, the part of the Constitution that was written by the founders. I mean, we celebrate the 250th year. It goes back that far. But yet there's resistance to requiring ICE to follow the judicial warrants requirement under the Fourth Amendment. I don't get that. The mask issue is another one. Now they say that they got to wear the mask because they're in so much more danger than every other police officer out there in the country. The law enforcement officer memorial is about 6 blocks from here. In fact, my cousin's name was added to that wall just last month. They face dangers, and in some cities, more than ICE could ever imagine. ICE going into, raid kitchens, they're grabbing waitresses out of the back. That's a little different than going after the Bloods and Crips on the street in LA. Those guys don't wear masks. But ICE says that they have to. The guys that are fighting the Sinaloa cartel, they don't wear masks, but ICE says they have to. Use the same yardstick. No racial profiling. That's another one that every police department has to follow, and if they don't, they can get sued, and the cases that they make could get thrown out because those are constitutional violations. Basic training. We know that the ICE officers, they bragged about 47 days of training before they put them out on the street. Keep in mind that none of these guys were hired to be street patrol officers to start with. They give them 47 days of training and put them out there. But regular police officers, like in my district, get 6 months of training. And then they get training with more senior officers on the job. ICE, they just put them out there. Use the same yardstick. Consent to withhold evidence, and my colleague from Minnesota just touched on this, and this is a big issue for me because it was a major issue in my district. Prince George's County had a real fight over reining in police officers who were using excessive force and killing people. And what we determined was we're going to hold them accountable. And the only way to do that is to get the evidence to do it so you can pursue the cases and take it before the grand jury. Grand jury might say no, jury might say no, but we're going to get the evidence to do it. The federal government's withholding that evidence now. In fact, I asked Blanche in our hearing just last week, I think it was, when are you going to turn that evidence over? And he said, I'm not going to turn it over. I'm not even going to share it. We sent a letter, there's 57 of us that signed it, saying, if you're not going to move forward with the prosecution, share the evidence with the state prosecutor and the local prosecutor and let them decide what to do. He refused to do it. And then the next day after the hearing, we got a letter from the Department of Justice that said, you know what? We don't have it anymore. We sent it to Homeland Security. That's ridiculous because Homeland Security doesn't have any of the investigators or the lawyers who have any kind of experience in prosecuting or even investigating this kind of case. Why would you send it to Homeland Security unless you just don't want to deal with it? And remember, the secretary before Nome, she said straight up front, this was a good shoot. Matter of fact, these guys were terrorists. She said Preddy was a terrorist who was out there to kill people. You're going to get a fair, independent, and neutral investigation when you're hearing that from the top? You know, come on. Any law enforcement department in the country where they had a questionable shooting like this, as soon as it happened, the officers would have been on administrative leave, internal affairs would have been on the scene, collected the evidence, and they would have begun an investigation with whoever the local prosecutors, maybe the federal prosecutors too. That didn't happen. We're 6 months later, and it still hasn't happened. Look, there's nothing in this amendment. I know it got very politicized, and there's a reluctance by anybody to back away from that, but there's absolutely nothing in this amendment that your state and local police officers don't already have to do. Why would you let ICE be held to a lower standard in our homeland? This isn't happening at the border where they're fighting the Sinaloa cartel. This is in Minnesota, it's in Maryland, it's in Las Vegas, it's all across the country. Shouldn't we at least, we give them now a badge, a gun, and a license to kill? Shouldn't we at least make sure that they're well-trained enough to exercise that in the right way? And if they cross the line, that they're held accountable for it? At a minimum, let's do that. So I urge strongly that we support this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all the members for speaking out on this amendment. And I also want to follow up what the gentleman from Maryland said. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, this has nothing to do with open borders. Border Patrol are at the border. ICE does interior enforcement, so this has nothing to do with open borders. I would also say that all we're doing is we're asking ICE to follow the same standards that they did even under the Obama administration. The Obama administration deported more people than any other administration, but they followed the rules, they followed the laws. And again, if you talk to your sheriff, you talk to your police chief or state police, DPS, they're all following the same rules, so we're asking at this time. So, Mr. Chairman, members, I ask that we support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlemen, like a roll call?
Yes.
Roll call's been requested. Sufficient support has been shown. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Or Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
I think the gentleman from Georgia is recorded, is that correct, Mr. Clyde? I thought so. Gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Guest, no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Franklin, no.
Gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Is Case recorded? Gentleman from Y is not recorded.
Mr. Case
Gentleman
votes
is now
aye.
recorded. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized for purposes of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My amendment would block a proposal put out by the Office of Management and Budget that would overhaul how federal grants are dispersed across the government, including the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, which is under the jurisdiction of Homeland Security. The change would require all federal grants to be approved by President Trump's political appointees. In other words, it gives President Trump's political allies a veto over any and all grant-making throughout the federal government. So, what does that mean? No longer will grants be dispersed in the manner that the Congress had envisioned, that we as members of the Congress have envisioned in a response to what our constituents are interested in. No more will the recipient be evaluated on their genuine need or qualification. The test will be a simple one the president has often deployed during his time in office. What's the test? The test is this: are you sufficiently loyal to the president or to President Trump? Mark my words now, this change, if allowed to take place, will result in the denial of life-saving disaster relief funding for communities simply because they did not vote for President Trump. He has already shown a willingness to do this in the past. By March of this year, President Trump had approved just 23% of disaster relief funding requests for states with Democratic leadership. At the same time, he approved 89% of requests for Republican-led states. President Trump blocked assistance for Illinois, even after a pair of storms in the summer of 2025 caused $129 million in residential damage. Meanwhile, Alaska, Missouri, Tennessee, and Oklahoma all had their assistance approved. When the president announced the aid for these states on social media, he made sure to note that he won those states during his presidential elections. He said the quiet part out loud. That's unprecedented. Presidents from both parties have granted disaster aid requests from both parties with relative parity dating back to the creation of FEMA. This regulation from OMB is an attempt to formalize the president's view that only his political allies, his political cronies, deserve relief. We saw this same attitude during the COVID-19 pandemic, when President Trump prioritized the distribution of life-saving medical equipment to states that he viewed as supportive of him. It's outrageous. Natural disasters are indifferent to your political affiliations. Hurricane floodwaters do not stop at your door because of the sign that may be on your lawn. There was a time when we elected presidents of both parties who knew that when they took office, they had a duty to all Americans, not just the ones who voted for them. This rule by OMB is a rejection of that principle. It is a fundamentally un-American way to govern. But people will say that that's just the way that Donald Trump does business. We should not normalize this bad behavior and this behavior that puts our states, our people, our constituents in jeopardy because of some unforeseen natural disaster. It is wrong, and this is the committee that should stop it. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Let us reassert our power of the purse. Above all, my friends, this removes the power of every single member of this committee, every single member of the Congress, of being a part of suggesting the kinds of grants that are needed and the awards that are needed when our communities are faced with a natural disaster. Don't allow Russ Vought or the President of the United States to take and snatch that power from our hands. Reassert that power of the purse. Refute the President's cynical attempt to exploit the power of his office for personal gain. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amodei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition.
Why?
And I appreciate my colleague's reference to this is the committee that should stop it. This committee had a chance to stop it yesterday. Amendment number 2 in the Labor H markup. The will of the committee was the will of the committee yesterday. So here we are today. I do appreciate the attempt to again include the language, and it's your absolute right to do so. I quibble with that, not at all. I see no reason to spend additional time debating it again. I urge my colleagues to vote no for the second time, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. When a disaster strikes, it doesn't consider the political views of those that it harms. Funding for disasters response and recovery shouldn't either. Grant funding to prevent, mitigate, respond, and recover from disasters should be based on need and nothing else. On need and nothing else. Whether our fire departments receive grant-funded safety gear shouldn't depend on what party the governor is from. Homeland Security grant allocations must be based on the risk of threats and not on the alignment of any administration's policies priorities. Congress holds the power of the purse. This committee determines how much funding is allocated to which grant program. Our colleagues on the authorizing committee determine the authorized users and eligible recipients, and the executive branch must execute the laws that we pass and not use this just because they disagree with another political party. We must reassert our power of the purse and adopt this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of Ranking Member DeLauro's amendment. I agree federal assistance, as passed legally in appropriation bills in both chambers, in Article 1, or Branch 1, the legislative branch, are meant to serve the interests of all Americans, district after district, region after region, state after state. We painstakingly put this effort forward. No OMB director or bureaucrat over in the administration has the right to weaponize the bills that are duly passed by Congress and push the president's personal, both political and it appears his own financial agenda. Remember when Doge went in at the beginning? Nobody could even find those wild horses as they went through the different departments of the federal government, taking private information and accumulating, as history will prove, and misusing the information of the American people. This proposed rule claims its intent is to improve oversight. But then it explicitly states that where applicable, grant programs, and I quote, shall align with administration policies and priorities set by the president. That is backwards. That is backwards. That is an unconstitutional order. This is what the Constitution says. We're Article 1. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law. We're doing our job here. And a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Distributing or withholding awards based on their alignment with the president's agenda is not just unjust, it is unlawful and is un-American. We have 3 branches and each one has to exercise. They have no right to erase what we do. This administration has spent the last year weaponizing federal assistance and picking winners and losers, not based on what helps Americans in every district in the country, but on what helps the president. And sadly, history will show, and soon I think, how he's padding his own pocket and that of his investors and advancing a very personal agenda and hurting community and community across this nation where laws have been passed and duly vetted, Article 1 through both chambers of Congress and sent over there, and they fail to spend the money. Streets across, the highways across this country not being repaired. Communities expecting to receive housing assistance that's somehow in the air somewhere. Department of Agriculture seeing staffing evaporated around the country at a time of crisis in agricultural America. So I was glad to see such strong bipartisan pushback to the president's January 6th slush fund. It's right to ensure that taxpayer dollars are used as intended. The proposed rule should be viewed in the same way. We shouldn't get to pick and choose winners and losers, and certainly not one man who happens to be president of the United States. There are 535 members of the House and Senate. We have a role, and we're first. We're Article 1. So we have to exercise our duties. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, especially to support the Constitution of the United States, and not let this executive branch make a mockery of what each of us is devoting major shares of our lives to supporting the Constitution. No president, no Doge director, no OMB director. We follow the law. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. We're crafting a bill to assure that our homeland is protected, not a bill to force one man's agenda on the American people. That's now how this game is played. We have to play the piano on all keys, and our keys matter here. Support the DeLauro amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Cole, I really a little bit stunned at how dismissive the chair of the subcommittee is, as he and our Republican colleagues of relinquishing the power of the purse. It's okay. You said no, that's right, yesterday, to relinquishing that power of the purse, and you will say no today. It strikes me, again, and I'm sorry if this is offensive, why do you want to be on this committee? I know why I want to be on this committee, because it is the power of the purse. We get to make the decisions. There are authorizers and there are appropriators. Let us appropriate the dollars. Just not say, hey, here it is. Take it. You do it. It's really stunning to me. I just tell you, again, find another committee. Disaster relief mitigation preparation funding should not be used. It's not a partisan tool. The president has a responsibility to look after every American, not his donors, not his friends, not just his political allies or the people who voted for him, for all of us. The proposed regulation from OMB is a direct contradiction of that responsibility. It's an abuse of power, not what the Congress intended when we provided funding for these programs. We provide that support. We envision the distribution of aid funding based on genuine need of a recipient, not on who they voted in the last election. Look, maybe you don't care because you believe as Republicans you're not going to be at risk. They're going to take care of your projects. But let me just tell you, it's going to come round to bite you, because if you disagree with this guy in any way, he's going to pull the rug out from under you. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, oppose this dangerous precedent this administration is attempting to state. Maybe what scares you is that if you disagree with him, he is going to pull the rug out from under you.
But again, ask the members to stay within the time limits. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Being the chair of the noes have it, roll call is requested. Sufficient support as demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. No. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Luro.
Aye.
Mr. Luro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from South Carolina?
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
A gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siskamani, no.
Gentleman from North Carolina?
Mr. Edwards,
Gentleman from
no.
California?
Mr. Harder, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana?
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delores, recognized for purposes of an amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was chatting, I apologize. Which number is this, guys? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the delay.
I think your mic is not on.
Off. My amendment is very straightforward, and I ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Okay. The amendment is straightforward. It says we ought to treat the funding approved through reconciliation in the same way we treat the funding we approve on this committee. Over the years, we have approved on a bipartisan basis a variety of guardrails on how the money we appropriate may be spent. The bill we are considering includes many of these provisions, laying out how nearly $100 billion this legislation provides can be used or not used. Let me share some examples. The measure we are considering includes a provision carried over from years past. It prohibits using the funds in the bill to put pregnant women in shackles when they are detained. It's a very basic humanitarian provision that, so far as I know, we all support. But that provision does not apply to reconciliation funding. There is a provision that would prevent the Department of Homeland Security from awarding contracts to businesses that do not pay their taxes or that have been convicted of a felony within the last 2 years. But that does not apply to reconciliation funding either. We require spend plans for the dollars that are appropriated. That does not apply to reconciliation bills. There is even a provision that prohibits downloading pornography onto government computers. That, too, does not apply to reconciliation. Also, what is required is that agencies consult with us on the changing of their priorities, on how they might be spending the money. That is the reprogramming notifications that we get and approve. That does not apply to reconciliation. So my question for my friends in the majority is this. If you support putting conditions like these on the funding for the Department of Homeland Security that we pass out of this committee, why do you not support putting the same conditions on the money that's passed through reconciliation for the same purpose? DHS has received more than $260 billion through reconciliation alone. Why should that funding be exempt from the guardrails we have agreed to, thank you, on a bipartisan basis on this committee? As we will demonstrate today, and apologies to the subcommittee chair, but by and large, we do not consider the bill before us to be particularly bipartisan. It is a clear demonstration of the Republicans' majority policy preferences. So be it. But if the bill really does not reflect the majority's policies, then those policies should be good enough for the $260 billion appropriated outside of our bills. Again, take charge, my friends, of the money that we appropriate and the money that they are trying to appropriate and have appropriated without having us have any say or anything to do with this, with the dollars here. That takes away the power of the purse of this committee. Hold on to that power, because it is what we have. It is the center of this government. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and extend the same reasonable provisions that we have over time included in our bills for years and years to this extraordinary sum of money that Department of Homeland Security has received through reconciliation. Thank you. I support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amodei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening to all this stuff for a few years, and my premise as I approach this progress isn't the same as any other person in this committee. And I don't recall ever, not that I'm anything to merit, standing up as my initial premise and saying, if you don't agree with me, you fill in the blank. So let's make sure that everybody brings their independence in here. And the fact that my independence may be expressed differently than yours doesn't make me fill in the blank. I have made it a point not to categorize a single person on this committee's vote, whether it's yes or no on an amendment or on the floor. Go look. You're elected to come here to express your own opinion, advocate for it, fight for it as hard as you want, but not have me, a guy from where I'm from, categorize a lady from wherever's vote. That's what you're expected to do. And the fact that we may vote different as a premise for a bad thing puzzles me. The lady has very eloquently argued power of the purse. She's absolutely right. I've heard words like guardrails and all that other sort of stuff. Yeehaw. Why do you want to be on the committee if you don't agree with my amendment? Well, because maybe we can get together and do something that's good. That's just my opinion. But the fact that we disagree is nothing new. I've served on this committee in the minority. And you know what? I was treated very well by the ranking committee member for the full committee, and since we're doing visual aids, by that lady right there. Very well. Didn't get, but you know what? I got listened to and thought about, and there were opportunities to work stuff out later on or whatever, and I was grateful for those opportunities. So this edge of how dare us vote different, okay. I rise in opposition. I agree with the ranking member that the bill before us includes important oversight provisions, but the way it's drafted, honestly speaking, when I look at words, same authorities and conditions, and some specifics have been offered, yay. In this act, really? It's like, in this act, we want the same stuff. We all know how it's gonna end at the end of this. I mean, you've intimated that. If I'm wrong, say, nope, there's a whole bunch of people here that are on the bubble. You know, great. But anyhow, I'll note that the best way to provide effective ICE and Border Patrol oversight would have been to fund them through regular appropriations. Amen. Yeehaw. But you know what? We don't get to make that decision in this room without talking with people on the north side of the building who are way cooler than us and people down the street. Do I like everything those folks have done? No, I don't. Do I want to keep working on it to push back on some of that stuff? I'll just tell you for me, yes, I do. But the fact that I don't say, yep, the way you said it right there after I got the amendment last night and I'm reading this stuff, it's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think we can do better and we should continue and we should not accept what we produce out of this committee today as the final thing. There will be more work to be done. I'm going to stop and just say that, in the last 6 months, when there were other opportunities to provide those guardrails, they weren't included. And guess what? Wasn't in a bill that came from this side. So I'll just leave it at that. I take no pleasure in this, but I oppose the amendment. Should we do better? Can we still keep working? Yes. Do I think it's of any use to categorize each other's votes? I don't, but whatever. I urge rejection of the amendment, and we should do more of what we say we theoretically want to do and less of the talking points.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with the Chairman, Mark Amadei, about this is a work in progress and look forward to sitting down with you, but I rise in support of the ranking members, DeLauro's amendment. Every year, this committee works to negotiate and enact a series of provisions that project our power of the purse, tell the executive branch how appropriated funds are to be spent. Our bill includes scores of administrative and general provisions from both parties that ensure that DHS spends the funding we provide as Congress intends. DHS has already used the money in a different way, and there's discrepancy, and this is why it's important that we provide this congressional oversight of the reconciliation funds. This amendment simply applies the same rules to the reconciliation funds that we apply to DHS funding every single year. This is a common sense amendment that ensures that we regain our power of the purse and is good government oversight. Again, I understand, Mr. Chairman, this is a work in progress. This is only the beginning of the process. But at this time, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his statement and honestly for his continuing work on the bill. Chair will yield to himself, or recognize himself, and then we'll go to my friend to close, if I may. I want to address a couple of things that were made. And these were comments I made last night. Wasn't quite as full an audience last night. But look, I agree 100% that we should be doing this through the appropriations process. This committee did exactly that. This chamber did exactly that. It passed appropriations bills for DHS and for Border Patrol, all within the context, obviously, of the Department of Homeland Security. It sent those over to the United States Senate, where a bipartisan majority also did that. They also did that. So the appropriations process, as far as it was going, worked, and that's where we were at. Now, somewhat at the urging of my friends here on the other side of the aisle, the Senate decided we were going to operate by the filibuster. We're going to raise the total to 60. Their rights, the rules of their chamber, but they used the filibuster in a way it's never, ever been used before, and that's to distort the appropriations process. So basically, a minority in each chamber would decide what would happen. They would decide it over against the majority in each chamber and over the objection of the President of the United States. That's why we find ourselves in the extraordinary circumstances of using reconciliation. That was not our decision. That was a decision made in the United States Senate. Now, no mystery to my side of the aisle how I feel about the filibuster. I recognize it's not my decision to make. I recognize it's somebody else's decisions in the other chamber to make. I respect that, but doesn't mean I agree with it. But let's put the blame where it belongs while we're here. Democrats in the United States Senate decided they would use the filibuster in a way it's never, ever been used. And it's either you accept what we want to do, or we're going to shut down parts of the government. Parts of the government, not even a whole agency. We're just going to pick and choose. Unprecedented use of that mechanism. So that's why we're here. Now, a lot of people in this chamber actually support that. They think that's okay. I disagree with that, but again, that's your opinion. But again, if you're going to complain about using reconciliation, then let the appropriations process work. It worked in the House. It worked to produce a majority in the United States Senate that was a bipartisan majority. And our friends in the Senate decided, no, we're going to use the filibuster and object to this. We're going to use something that's a policy display to, disrupt the normal functioning of government. What are you going to do about it? Well, guess what? Here we are, reconciliation back. Not a method I like at all. Not one I would approve of, but not one that my friends and I had anything to do with or ever urged anybody in the Senate to do. You ask yourself whether or not that's true on your side of the aisle. We're here because we're using an inappropriate means to disrupt the appropriations process. Filibuster is not as important as Article I authority. Filibuster is a Senate rule. It's not in the Constitution. It's not in the Bill of Rights. And it's changed routinely. The number of senators can change. They changed it recently on appointments. Democrats didn't like what Republicans had done with judges below the Supreme Court. They changed it. Then the Republicans didn't like that, so they changed what they were going to do with the United States Senate. I would think the Senate, honestly, this is my view, in a bipartisan sense, because Republicans could stop it over there. They could change the rules. You can do that with a simple majority. They've chosen not to. So the Senate's decided the filibuster is more important than the appropriations process. And we're left to do what we can. But we're not going to sit here and leave a vital part of the government unfunded. We're not going to see our borders not secure. We're not going to see the absence of the ability to enforce, security inside our own borders. Not going to leave federal law enforcement unfunded or partially funded. In my opinion, that's why we're here. I wish it were different, but we'll deal with it as best we can until we come to a different solution, hopefully in a bipartisan way. But don't have any, people aren't doing unprecedented things. And so far as they are, they're doing them in response to the Senate, which has put us in this position. With that, I yield back, and I certainly recognize my friend, distinguished ranking member, to 1 minute to close.
I appreciate the comments of the chair. I think there's one item that has been left out with what happened as a result of after we were moving in the appropriations process. And I will take issue. I have been talking about the power of the purse, and it resides in this committee for the last year or more. I sat with the chair when we negotiated the last appropriations committee, and myself and the chair, we talked about guardrails. We talked to the Senate about guardrails because we knew and we understood that every opportunity that the administration was taking and the director of OMB was taking was to eviscerate the power of this committee. And we could only get one or two pieces in because that wouldn't set well with the OMB director or with the President of the United States. Well, I believe that we are an equal branch of government, and we need to fight back for what is the jurisdiction of the committee. And let's just not sit back and say, whoa, we can't do anything about it. We're here. And with the United States Senate, I have no brief for the United States Senate. I call it the dark side, if you will. But I will just say this, what changed between the House and the Senate? Alex Preddy was killed. Alex Preddy was killed. It changed the dynamic in this. And we need to change the dynamic here with what is going on with these agencies. And I suggested for a very, very long time that, yes, we didn't have to keep this open for as long as it did. That was the Republican leadership's decision to do that. We had a way to deal with the solution as we dealt with separating out where we could agree and where we couldn't. And let me just tell you, I'll stand here and say to you, compromise, I understand the art of compromise. Otherwise, and the chair knows this, we would not have passed 11 out of 12 appropriations bills. So I hold no brief for anybody else who wants to tell me that I don't know how to compromise. But I also know how to fight back for what I believe is the right thing to do. And the right thing to do for this committee is to fight back on reconciliation. Don't let them do this to us. But that we seem to be unwilling to do. We can disagree, but I am going to disagree with what I believe that you are willing to hang on to or not hang on to. I don't want to give up my power to make a decision in this committee. It's wrong. And we can fight back because everybody on this committee knows that the Office of Management and Budget is taking us for a ride. And we have the ability to turn that around. Mr. Chairman, I'll take a little bit more time. You were allowed time to speak on this issue. I want to take that time as well.
Full 5 minutes. This was a minute to close. You've had 3. I'm quite prepared to give you more time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that because you took your 5 minutes, and that was great. And I'll ask people to give me time as well. This is one of the most sought-after assignments in this body. Excuse me? I asked the chair, my friend.
I'd ask nobody to interrupt.
We have written conditions in our bills to exercise our power, to act as a check. We are a check on the executive branch, as the Constitution envisions. And I'm sorry that the chair was out for this conversation. Single-party reconciliation is no substitute for the hard work of the Appropriations Committee. And I didn't stand up last night and say thank you as a ranking member. Thank you to your side and to ours for working out these bills. Because the people here work very hard on this. The staff works incredibly hard on getting these bills together. And I'm not going to give up what we do here to an unelected bully who sits at the Office of Management and Budget. Single-party reconciliation is not that substitute. And both parties are guilty of this. I'll be the first to admit that. But it should not continue. And I would take on a Democratic administration and a Democratic director of the Office of Management and Budget and a Democratic president if they try to wrench that power from this committee. We can't go down this road. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment to assert the prerogatives of this committee and apply the same standards for using funds provided by reconciliation as we do for funds that are provided through appropriations. That is what we should do. And fighting back is not saying that my God, if we can't fight for what we believe in and what this committee believes in, then it's strange to me. That is not the way I can. And it has nothing to do with disagreeing on an issue with a chair or anyone else. We do disagree here, but we come to a conclusion. I'm just asking us to come to the conclusion to reassert the power of the Appropriations Committee. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. I will note you had 5 minutes at the beginning and the end. So.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
look, these are important times, these are important questions. And as I said, the chair is going to try and be generous with the clock, and I have been, and will continue to be. But the clock is unforgiving sometimes. It's going to be very unforgiving today, I suspect, so prepare for a very long day. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Let's have a recorded vote.
Roll call's been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar.
Aye.
Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan.
Frank.
Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentlelady from Texas.
You're recorded as an aye.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Zinke votes no.
Gentlelady from California is not recorded.
Ms. Torres votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 26 and noes are 33. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer a simple and essential amendment rooted in a principle that should not be controversial in the United States of America. No person should be arrested by federal agents because of the color of their skin, the language they speak, the accent they have, the job they work, or the neighborhood where they happen to live. This amendment says that none of the funds in this bill or any other DHS funds may be used to target people based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. It also bars DHS from targeting people just because they're at a bus stop, a car wash, a day labor site, a farm, or any other place associated with temporary work. And critically, it says that speaking Spanish, speaking any language other than English, or speaking English with an accent is not a basis for immigration enforcement. This amendment is necessary because the Supreme Court's shocking recent ruling in Nome versus Vasquez Perdomo opened the door to what many now call Kavanaugh stops. Justice Kavanaugh's concurrence treated factors like a person's race or ethnicity, Spanish language use, or accent as a part of the, quote, common sense basis for immigration stops. Maybe that kind of thinking is common on the Republican Supreme Court or in the Republican White House, but it is not common sense. It is racial profiling, period, dot. The presumption of guilt based on irrelevant characteristics that mostly apply to innocent people is anathema to our system of justice and our Constitution. Just because someone works in a sector that ICE officers, in their infinite wisdom, associate with illegal immigration doesn't mean that they are guilty of a crime. You would think that ICE officers might be more sensitive to being held guilty by association, given the reputation that they have developed. But so far, that hasn't been the case. Last year in Los Angeles and Chicago, armed masked agents were ordered to patrol car washes, Home Depots, tow yards, bus stops, farms, recycling centers, churches, and schools in Black and Hispanic majority areas. A Latino U.S. citizen, Jason Gavidia, was working on his car when masked agents questioned whether he was American, physically assaulted him, and demanded he show real ID. Jorge Viramontes, also a U.S. citizen, was managing a car wash when agents grabbed his arm, took him to a warehouse area, and detained him while they tried to verify his citizenship. Nearby my district, Florida Highway Patrol officers, deputized by ICE, pulled over a truck and detained all of its passengers based on two facts. The side of the truck said landscaping, and Bad Bunny was playing. These are not isolated stories. ProPublica found more than 170 cases in the first 9 months of this administration where U.S. citizens were held by immigration agents. That includes more than 50 Americans held after agents questioned their citizenship. They were almost all Latino. Throughout the last year and a half, U.S. citizens and lawful residents have been stopped, questioned, or detained because they, quote, looked like they might be unlawful immigrants. That is a dangerous and unconstitutional dragnet. It tells millions of Americans and lawful immigrants that they must carry a passport to go to work. I know people in South Florida who do that now, who are American citizens and have been their whole life. Whether they walk through a park, stand outside a store, or speak Spanish in public, especially when the Department of Homeland Security posts about, quote, deporting 100 million criminal aliens. Now, we all know there aren't 100 million unlawful immigrants. That is, however, the number of Black and Hispanic people in this country. Those are the stakes we're talking about here. In South Florida, we know how personal this is. I represent incredible Hispanic, Afro-Caribbean, Jewish, and Asian American communities. And in my state, police are all required to work on ICE's behalf. Our neighbors speak Spanish, Haitian Creole, Portuguese, Hebrew, Arabic, Farsi, and many other languages. They have all kinds of jobs and all sorts of accents. That does not make them criminals. It makes them human beings, neighbors, co-workers, and friends. Nobody should be detained because of how they speak. Nobody should be detained because they work hard in a job that Stephen Miller stereotypes as immigrant labor. Those jobs keep our country running. And nobody should have to show their papers and prove their citizenship to a masked ICE thug because of how they look. This amendment restores a basic constitutional guardrail. DHS can enforce the law, but it cannot contort the law by turning someone's looks, language, or livelihood into evidence of wrongdoing. I urge support for my amendment to ban the use of taxpayer money to engage in illegal racial profiling, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk. The amendment before us would fundamentally alter the immigration adjudication hearings as we presently know them by empowering magistrate judges to act as gatekeepers, shifting decision-making and responsibility of removal proceedings away from administrative immigration judges. Additionally, under this provision, if an ICE stop or arrest is perceived to be improper, the removal proceedings for that individual are permanently terminated unless new facts emerge. This is key. The language before us would terminate the removal proceedings for that individual regardless of whether the individual is legally removable. I want to reiterate that point. Regardless of whether such individual no longer has a legal basis to remain in this country or is clearly removable, a magistrate judge can override the federal government's case for removal. We've just created a new citizen. But appropriate guardrails can't fly in the face of recent court decisions, nor can they limit operational flexibility to execute the mission of enforcing our nation's immigration laws. I urge your no vote, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. I support strong immigration enforcement, and I support giving DHS the tools it needs to secure the border and enforce the law. But enforcement has to be based on facts, evidence, and lawful suspicion, not on a person's race, language, accent, religion, job, or where they happen to be standing. That is not just a civil rights issue, it's a law enforcement issue. When officers rely on profiling, it undermines the trust with local communities and makes witnesses and victims less likely to come forward and distracts from the real public safety threats that DHS should be focused on. In South Texas, our communities know the importance of border security, and we support border security, but we also know that speaking Spanish, working in agriculture, waiting at a bus stop, or having an accent should not make someone a target. And I'll give you an example. A friend of mine, an attorney from Laredo in Houston, on a Saturday, he was telling me on a Saturday he went just dressed very casually on a Saturday to Lowe's. And he got stopped at Lowe's. It happened to be Lowe's. And he got asked to show and prove his citizenship. He says, hey, it's a Saturday. I don't carry a passport with me or all that type of ID. And he got stopped. An attorney, just the way he was dressed on a Saturday morning at Lowe's. I made fun of him. I said, they didn't see your fancy BMW, and I guess they did not see him where he got from, but he got stopped because the way he looks. This amendment supports constitutional policy, policing and responsible immigration enforcement. I support immigration enforcement, but it's got to be based on evidence and proper law enforcement standards. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. In the United States of America, no one should be stopped, questioned, detained, or arrested because of the language they speak, the accent they have, the color of their skin, or where they happen to be standing while looking for work. We've seen troubling examples across the country of immigration enforcement actions that are driven by profiling rather than by evidence. In communities across this country, families are living with the uncertainty and fear that routine activities, going to work, taking your children to school, waiting at a bus stop, attending church services, speaking Spanish with a neighbor, could make them targets for enforcement. It's happening in my district as it is in districts across this country. And for decades, Rochester, New York has had one of the largest Puerto Rican communities in the 50 states. And as it shouldn't require noting Puerto Ricans are Americans. They're born Americans. We have other members of the Latino community from other places throughout the world. And they now feel targeted by ICE simply because of the way they look, the languages they speak. And we can't allow our immigration system to operate like this. We can secure our borders and enforce our laws, as Mr. Cuellar has said, without abandoning the basic American values we all hold dear. I say often, if you look at the manifest of the Mayflower, the Morellis weren't on it. They came here much later. And my grandparents, great-parents did not speak English, but they came, they worked hard, they raised their families, they contributed to their communities, and I'd like to believe achieved the American dream, something we're incredibly proud of. All of our families came from other places. And are we really comfortable with an America that no longer offers that same opportunity to others? And I often say, too, to my colleagues and friends in my neighborhood, and I'll say, remember, our grandparents came the same way that other people want to come. They came for a better life for themselves and a better life for their children. And they'll often say, oh, well, those, they came in the right way. The problem is the right way is no longer available to people. My grandparents came, they had $20 in their pocket. They didn't have an infectious disease, and they had someone who was willing to sponsor them while they came and looked for a job and looked for housing. That doesn't happen anymore. So disabuse yourself if you think that old system is still the system in America today. It's not. And what is important is our Constitution does not disappear during immigration enforcement. Due process, equal protection, basic fairness must apply to everyone. Federal authority always must be exercised in a manner that reflects those American values and principles. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we really want roving bands of law enforcement, of ICE thugs, searching out people for detention based on the accent that they have, the language they speak, the place they might be looking for employment? I mean, that kind of racial profiling is unacceptable anywhere, but particularly in America. That's not the country I grew up in. It's the kind of country, as Mr. Morelli said, that my grandparents fled. Because we need to make sure that America is the land of opportunity. And we need to make sure that we're not going after people who are simply trying to make a better way of life for themselves and their families. What the gentleman from Nevada indicated, and he is my friend, but respectfully, it sounds like he thinks it's okay to racially profile and pick out people for detention based on their looks or their associations, as long as they turn out to be an undocumented immigrant. I mean, the ends don't justify the means in the United States. We treat people equally, we follow the law, and we should not be spending money, federal tax dollars, allowing ICE to be able to rove the streets and listen for accents and hear foreign language that is foreign to the ears of the enforcer, round people up, including U.S. citizens. That is not where our tax dollars should be going. It's unacceptable, and I urge members to adopt my amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar.
Yes.
Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Minnesota,
Ms. McCollum, aye.
gentlelady from Connecticut,
Ms. DeLauro, aye.
gentlelady from Texas,
Ms. Escobar, aye.
gentleman from South Carolina,
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
gentleman from Maryland,
Dr. Harris, no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Elzey, no.
gentleman from Alabama,
Mr. Adderholt, no.
gentleman from Georgia,
Mr. Clyde, no.
gentleman from Ohio,
Mr. Joyce, no.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Calvert, no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Carter, no.
gentleman from Georgia,
Mr. Bishop, aye.
gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Pocan, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Chair will observe that the quality of the lunch provided from the gentleman from Nevada certainly disrupting the smooth functioning of this committee. But with that, the clerks will tally. Food's pretty good. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment that has transformative potential. My amendment would claw back $70 billion in unspent ICE funds from the Republican Big Ugly Law and use that money to solve America's housing cost crisis and end homelessness once and for all. At Trump's request, congressional Republicans have bent over backwards to flood ICE and CBP with taxpayer funds. The Big Ugly Law gave ICE and CBP an eye-watering sum of $170 billion, more than most nations spend on their entire military. That money came with no restrictions or conditions. It was a blank check. And the evidence of that lack of accountability was immediate. We have all seen DHS overrun our communities with excessive violence, racial profiling, corruption, and misconduct. After 2 American citizens were murdered in the streets, Republicans shut down the Coast Guard, FEMA, and TSA for months because they refused to enact common sense reforms for ICE. And now, as we speak, Republicans are working overtime to send $70 billion more to ICE and CBP on top of nearly $30 billion in this bill. It is literally more money than ICE can spend. That's why tens of billions of dollars are sitting in their slush fund, awaiting obligation for new warehouse internment camps, private jet purchases, or crony contracts. This money is not being spent in line with our values, and it is not being deployed towards the number one issue that my constituents and your constituents care about most, the breathtaking increase in the cost of living under Trump. These countless billions in ICE funding could transform our countries in so many ways. We could restore Affordable Care Act subsidies 10 times over. We could give every American household a $2,000 tariff refund. We could give every American public school student free lunch for 8 years. But in South Florida and across the country, the number one issue that I hear about is the unbelievable cost of housing. So let's just start there. With just 25% of the funding congressional Republicans have voted to send to ICE and CBP, leaving 75% of that funding in place, we can literally end homelessness in America. You didn't mishear me. We can end homelessness right now, and the math checks out. If we redirect this ICE blood money into grants for home construction, conversion, and preservation, we can generate 200,000 new affordable and market rate housing units in the most expensive markets like South Florida. And even after creating 200,000 new homes, we would have enough money left over to provide supportive housing and transitional services to every single homeless person in America. So that's exactly what my amendment does, because budgets are about making choices. Do we want to end homelessness, bring down the cost of rent and down payments, and return the American dream of buying a home to all Americans and not just the wealthy? Or do we want to send good money after bad into ICE brutality, cruelty, and family separation, sinking deeper into an American nightmare? For me, that decision is a no-brainer. We should be building more homes and sheltering people who have fallen through the cracks instead of terrorizing hardworking immigrants who pay taxes and follow the law. They aren't even able to spend all of the money they have in the first damn place. Housing security is Homeland security. Getting people off the street and connected with social services will reduce drug use, petty crime, and the burden on local authorities. And I don't want to hear a word about how we can't afford to do it. This amendment is debt and deficit neutral. And if we can afford to spend $270 billion in 2 years on ICE cruelty, then surely we can afford to spend a quarter of that, just a quarter of that, if it means ending America's housing crisis. Because Americans cannot afford the status quo. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk. Well, I appreciate the fact that my colleague wants to use ICE's One Big Beautiful Bill funding for a noble cause, new FEMA grant funding to create housing units and provide support for the homeless. I'm curious as to why it wasn't included in official member request letter to the committee. If she had, I would have been happy to look at base funding options for either existing or new grant programs aiming to address these important issues, but here we are. It's not what happened. Instead, the language before us makes a political statement in lieu of being an earnest amendment, which is unfortunate because it makes a mockery of a serious problem. I'd also be curious as to why my colleague received a score, as to if my colleague received a score from the Congressional Budget Office on the amendment before us. Why? Well, ICE received approximately $75 billion in the One Big Beautiful Bill. As of June 1st, ICE has spent $13 billion of that funding. Unfortunately, you can't rescind money that is no longer available. Had the gentlelady done her due diligence and received a CBO score, she might have adjusted the funding levels in this amendment to appropriately account for obligations to date. I respectfully request your no vote, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate this amendment. Everybody knows that housing is a major challenge facing America right now, not only in the big cities, but also in rural areas. It would take a significant amount of resources and policy changes to start this and address this shortage. And I agree, we need to address this issue. This money doesn't defund ICE. There's enough money in the appropriated funds that we have there. So, and then, again, we need to address the housing shortage that we have. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, which takes millions of unspent funding from the big ugly law, funding ICE, and redirects those resources to affordable housing and homeless programs. Mr. Chair, you know, the president promised to take violent criminals off of our streets. Instead, decent, law-abiding persons are disappearing before our eyes. We are witnessing an immigration policy that is, in its current form, is an abomination. Due process undermined, families ripped apart, businesses disrupted, and billions of taxpayer dollars poured into tactics that do not make our communities safer or our country stronger. And back in Palm Beach County, what some in Florida call the beast of the belly, in Florida's immigration crackdown, our community is paying the price. Businesses are losing workers, families are living in fear, and the impact is reaching every corner of our community. Teachers are seeing children afraid to come to school. Health providers are seeing families missed appointments. Neighbors who have been part of our communities for years are suddenly afraid to go to work, go to church, or simply about their daily lives. And the stories we hear should concern every member of this committee. Florida has turned highway patrol officers and local enforcement into extensions of ICE, and the results have been devastating. Some examples. A longtime resident and mother of four was stopped in her car, taken by ICE in front of her children, ripped out of the car. And as they cried and begged the agents not to take her mom away because their father had already been detained, in an instant, 4 children were left without either parent, forcing a teen to take care of her younger brothers and sisters. Another example, a restaurant manager who lived in our community for over 30 years, created jobs, paid taxes, driving to pick up his supplies one day, stopped, detained, and sent to our Alligator Everglades detention facility, a place that has become a national symbol for this administration's cruel and extreme approach to immigration enforcement. These folks are not violent criminals. The American people were promised the president was going to focus on. These are parents, they're workers, they're caregivers, people who have built their lives, supported families, and contributed to our communities. And instead of focusing resources where they belong, the Republicans have handed ICE first $75 billion in that big ugly bill, and now another 70 just this week. More money, more detention, more enforcement power with no meaningful reforms, no accountability, and no real oversight. And think what we could do with even a fraction of those resources. We could help, as this amendment would do, help families put a roof over their head. We could reduce homelessness. We could invest in safer, healthier communities. That's what this amendment does. That's why I'm supporting it. It says our taxpayer dollars should reflect our values, protecting communities, supporting families, investing in people, not in the current abomination known as ICE. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am glad to hear that the chairman is willing to discuss establishing a new program to reduce homelessness in this bill. it's kind of shocking to me that he would suggest that had I only submitted a request for this program in the beginning of the process, as opposed to now, that it might have been able to be considered. Or if I had only gotten a CBO score, then we could realistically sit down and figure out how we could make sure that we can, instead of rounding people up indiscriminately, ensure that we can address the number one issue that is on people's minds right now, and that is making their life more affordable. I think it's especially rich to suggest all of that, since last week, when we debated the Transportation and Housing Bill, committee Republicans approved a cut to HUD by $6 billion and gutted public housing programs by 15%. So forgive me if I use the Tallahassee expression from my legislative days that does not pass the straight face test. I'm glad the chairman was willing to work with me, though, on both bills to really realign our priorities, because we're spending far too much on ICE detention and brutality and not nearly enough on bringing down rent and housing costs. The American people's top priority is reducing the cost of living. My amendment does just that without increasing the cost of this funding bill at all. Time to get our priorities in order, and I yield back and urge support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would the
Now
gentlelady like to
I'm
read
sorry,
it?
yes, I'd like a unanimous consent.
Without objection, the
amendment
reading of the
considered as read.
amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. I rise to offer a critical amendment to protect America's workforce, reduce costs, lower the deficit, and keep families together. So maybe the third time's a charm here. My amendment would prohibit the use of funds to detain or deport people granted temporary protected status, TPS, who have no criminal record. These individuals would still be eligible for protections were it not for the Trump administration's illegal termination of their status. That termination is being actively litigated, and I'm proud to have led nearly 200 House and Senate members in an amicus brief to the Supreme Court in that case. TPS holders are not criminals. They pass background checks. They pay fees. They earn work permits. They pay taxes. TPS recipients contribute to Social Security and Medicare without ever receiving a dime of those benefits. Most TPS holders have been here for years, working, raising families, and contributing to our communities. The average TPS holder has been in the United States for 8 years, has never committed a crime, is married to a U.S. citizen, and has a U.S. citizen child. That is why the Trump administration's attack on TPS is so dangerous and so dishonest. Across the country, 410,000 U.S. citizen adults live in households with at least one TPS holder, alongside 390,000 U.S. citizen children. Those are American families. Those are American kids. And this administration is willing to tear them apart for political theater. TPS recipients are also indispensable to our economy. There are 830,000 TPS holders working in America today, including 130,000 in construction, 130,000 in wholesale and retail trade, 120,000 in leisure and hospitality, 110,000 in transportation, warehousing, and utilities, 110,000 in business services, and 85,000 in manufacturing. These are all industries already facing critical labor shortages, which are driving prices up for American consumers. TPS holders build our homes. They stock our shelves. They care for our parents and children. They keep hotels, restaurants, hospitals, and small businesses running. They contribute roughly $29 billion in wages to our national GDP each year, while paying taxes that shore up SNAP, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, again, without drawing any of those benefits. It does nobody any good to rip these law-abiding people out of the workforce, especially in sectors where families are already struggling with high costs like housing, groceries, healthcare, childcare, and elder care. And it certainly does not make us safer to spend taxpayer dollars detaining and deporting people who have already been vetted, while violent criminals and real public safety threats demand our attention. This is especially urgent for my community in South Florida. Immigrants make up 42% of South Florida's population, the highest share of any major metro area in the country. In my district, Haitian, Venezuelan, and other diaspora communities are not abstractions. They are my neighbors. They worship in our churches and synagogues. They run businesses. They care for our families. They strengthen our economy and enrich our culture. And I can't imagine why we would send anyone back to Haiti during this troubling time for the island. Maybe members of this committee don't know enough Haitians, or maybe because they don't know enough about Haiti. Haiti is in complete collapse. Criminal gangs control much of the capital. Families face kidnappings, extortion, hunger, and violence. The United States is actively supporting a multinational peacekeeping mission there. It is impossible to argue that Haiti is dangerous enough to send in a security force, but safe enough to send back Haitian families who've built their lives here. Meanwhile, Venezuelans face a brutal dictatorship, repression, political imprisonment, and economic devastation, and don't be deluded into believing that all of those things aren't still true, despite what Donald Trump says. Many fled the Maduro regime because they believed in freedom and democracy. People who returned there from America have been tortured, interrogated, and robbed by the secret police. Sending Venezuelans back into the arms of the same brutal regime they once escaped, which is now financially backed and diplomatically recognized by the Trump administration, which is appalling, is deeply cruel. The Trump administration wants to pretend this is about public safety. It is not. 2 out of every 3 immigrants impacted by Trump's policies have legal status. This is collective punishment. It is a political decision to tear apart families, destabilize communities, and waste limited law enforcement resources on people who pose no threat. Every dollar spent detaining a law-abiding TPS holder is a dollar not spent going after someone who actually endangers our communities. This amendment is humane, fiscally responsible, and consistent with basic common sense. Protect families who follow the law. Focus DHS resources on real criminals. That's what Donald Trump said he was going to do, but it is the furthest thing from what he actually has done. Do not send our neighbors, my neighbors, back into chaos, repression, or violence just because they're different than you. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amade, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the gentlelady's amendment. While I appreciate that members may have conflicting opinions over the issue, this is yet another example of the previous administration's chronic exploitation of every immigration loophole without following the letter or spirit of the law. Temporary protected status was meant to be just that, temporary. It wasn't meant to be used as a political tool or a way to allow for legal mass immigration. It was meant to offer temporary refuge to those facing humanitarian crises around the world. It was not meant to offer a permanent home to hundreds of thousands of aliens. If individuals are no longer covered by TPS, then they are considered removable. They shouldn't get to commit felonies or 2 misdemeanors before we remove them. If the legal basis for them to remain is gone, then they must return home. I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my colleagues offering this amendment. I do understand the revocation of TPS is a complicated issue, depending on the country involved. But again, here we're talking about folks that are not criminals. And with that, I thank the gentlewoman from Florida for this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for one. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in very strong opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit the detention and deportation of temporary protected status recipients. At its core, this amendment would further shield temporary protected status recipients from detention and removal, despite the fact that TPS was never intended to be a permanent immigration status. Congress created TPS as a narrow temporary tool to address short-term crises abroad. Unfortunately, what was supposed to be temporary has become anything but temporary. By continually extending temporary status, it turns temporary into permanent. I believe Ronald Reagan is credited as saying, the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a temporary government program. That is precisely why I recently introduced the Territorial Protection and Sovereignty Act, or the TPS Act, legislation to repeal TPS and close what has become a widely abused amnesty loophole. For decades, administrations of both parties have repeatedly extended TPS designations allowing individuals to remain in the United States for years, and in some cases, decades, beyond the program's original intent. Temporary protections have effectively become permanent protections without congressional authorization. Proponents of TPS claim that the designation is both compassionate and essential to our economy. In reality, America is not a charity, nor are we an international economic zone. Our entire focus must be on the safety, prosperity, and futures of American citizens, which is why shutting down America Last immigration policies like TPS is critically important. As members of Congress, we have a constitutional responsibility to uphold the rule of law and maintain Congress's authority over immigration policy. TPS was not designed to serve as a backdoor pathway to indefinite residence here in the United States. Yes, yet that is exactly how it is currently being used. Today, more than 1 million foreign nationals are either receiving or eligible for TPS, illustrating how dramatically the program has been expanded beyond its intended scope. This amendment doubles down on that failed approach by making it more difficult to enforce our immigration laws against individuals whose temporary status is temporary, meaning it has an end date and should not be treated as permanent. Rather than codifying the misuse of TPS, Congress should be working to put America's first by fully repealing TPS once and for all. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. TPS isn't a loophole, it's the law. And the way the law is structured, when a country of origin that an individual fled and was granted TPS still poses a danger to the individuals, then TPS can be extended. Unfortunately, this administration has revoked TPS for numerous countries, not based on an assessment of whether or not the country was safe to return to, but based on racist and bigoted attitudes and policies, because they have been hell-bent on ridding the country of people who don't look like the folks that they would prefer here, like the Afrikaners, that they are willing to bring in regardless of there not really being any threat to those individuals in their home country of South Africa. I mean, come on. Again, we really are playing with the definition of straight face. I mean, it is so obvious why this administration has engaged in the incredible bigotry, racism, and the desire to tear out by root and branch the diversity that is what has contributed to the greatness of this country. TPS holders who have not committed crimes should be able to have lawful status and should be able to remain here, and we should not allow federal funding to aid and abet their removal. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amidei. No. Mr. Amidei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar.
Aye.
Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Mr. Loro. Aye. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve? Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to vote or change their vote? The gentleman from Tennessee,
Mr. Fleischman, no.
gentleman from Maryland,
Dr. Harris, no.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
gentleman from Arizona,
Mr. Siscomani, no.
gentleman from Florida. That's a gentleman, thank you. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania,
Ms. Dean, aye.
gentleman from New York,
Mr. Espaillat, aye.
gentleman from Maryland,
Mr. Hoyer, aye.
gentleman from Alabama,
Mr. Adderholt, no.
gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. All right, gentleman from Mississippi, I do not believe the gentleman is recorded.
Mr. Guest votes no.
Thank you.
All still asleep?
This vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for an amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk, and I move we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very simple amendment here that I think we should all be able to agree to, but I have said that many times, and somehow it doesn't work out. My amendment prohibits ICE from using taxpayer dollars to collect data on individuals just because they are exercising their First Amendment rights. It also requires a report on information that's already been collected. I'll tell you what got me interested in this, besides the many news stories you can read about this. Somewhat similar to Minnesota, but in a much smaller scale, ICE decided to conduct a sort of mini surge in our state. They disgustingly named it Operation Catch of the Day and brought about 200 agents to Maine who were there for a week or so. Now, it doesn't mean that ICE has stopped activities in our state, but this was what happened during the surge. We heard about from one bystander who was just peacefully observing the agents because many of the people in Maine, particularly in Portland and other cities that were impacted, wanted to see the activities that were going on with the ICE agents, who they were picking up off the streets or dragging out of their cars, and peacefully observed. So one of the observers who was watching the agents was told by the agent after they took her picture that she was now in a nice little database and would be labeled as a domestic terrorist after that. Well, you can imagine that's a very disconcerting thing to hear when you're just standing in your neighborhood watching the activity going on. But we heard a lot of other reports like that that people who were following an ICE vehicle at a distance would find out that after they continued following for a while, the ICE vehicle pulled into their driveway because it had already been determined clearly where they lived, and the ICE agents were trying to disturb them. We heard about someone who got a call in their car from the ICE agent they were following, so clearly their phone had already been tracked down. And you can read a variety of stories like this. There's many that have come up since then in Minnesota, in Maine, and other places of people who received phone calls from ICE after their cars were out there observing, somehow using their license plate to track down their phone. People who had their global entry permission revoked because they were just peacefully protesting. I think every American should be concerned when federal law enforcement officers suggest that someone who's simply practicing their constitutional rights have been entered into a government database. This is a First Amendment issue, and it's a privacy issue. Excuse me. The goal of this bill is just to put a stop to any kind of invasion of personal liberties from the government. It's a topic we hear discussed often in this committee, and as I said, we should have general agreement. It also demands some transparency and providing us with a report of what's already been going on. The report would require to explain how such data is collected and any of the policies about the collection of the data, copies of training that officers who use surveillance technology get, where data is stored, who's permitted to access it, a whole variety of things that I think we, as members of Congress, should know how our money is being spent to surveil our citizens. This would not interfere with legitimate criminal investigations or public safety operations. It only applies to constitutionally protected activity. So I urge you all to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for her amendment. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment, but I think it's written in a way that is far too broad and restricts the ability of DHS law enforcement personnel to do their jobs. We already have a provision, Section 554, that ensures individuals can record or document DHS law enforcement activities so long as they don't cross the line into interference. The proposed amendment is vague. If no funds may be used to surveil First Amendment speech, law enforcement would have to turn off, arguably, their body cameras while interacting with protest crowds. I don't know if anybody wants that, but I doubt it. Body-worn cameras protect everyone. Additionally, within many legitimate First Amendment activities, there are often bad actors mixed in. This amendment would limit legitimate law enforcement tools that could be used to detain, ultimately prosecute individuals who are not merely exercising their First Amendment rights, but actually engaging in violent acts against law enforcement agents and officers. We have routinely seen agitators angry that ICE and CBP are enforcing the law subject our officers to these kinds of attacks. It's a function of the overheated rhetoric coming from many sides on these issues. Under this provision, open source information and even drones overhead used for officer safety would not be permitted to use by ICE and CBP. We are handcuffing federal law enforcement for no reason. Worse, this provision openly invites the doxing of agents by calling the publishing of agent identifying information, credentials, and name tags fair game. Well, that directly conflicts with Section 557 of our bill, which carries criminal penalties for the doxing of immigration officers. These two things are not reconcilable. Either you're for doxing or you're not. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentlelady's amendment and the concerns she's raising here today. I support our.
Is the gentleman's mic on? Okay, well, doesn't matter now. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Mr. Cullum, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chair, you're either for doxing or you're not. I'm not for doxing. But I am for citizens being able to be out on the street, legally documenting, as the chair pointed out, what's happening in their neighborhoods and recording it. But what happens after they record it is pretty much what Ms. Pingree was talking about. And I'm a strong supporter of your amendment, and I thank you for bringing it forward. Because, Ms. Pingree, we saw the same thing in Minnesota that you saw in Maine. And when we watched it happening in Maine, we were just as horrified when we watched what's happening to your constituents. So I'm going to give you, these reports, you can look them up. January 10th, 2026, records reported 2 ICE officials had said, they've been tracking names and photographs and other identifying information of protesters at an international database. But ICE just wasn't stopping at collecting information, because you're right, Mr. Chair. We've had instances during what happened to George Floyd where bad actors came in. Bad actors came in, and they were not only disrupting our communities and our neighborhood, they were interfering with law enforcement. So this isn't about keeping law enforcement from doing their job or doxing anybody. This is just about protecting our constituents. So, like I said, ICE didn't just stop at collecting the information. They used it. They used it to intimidate peaceful protesters. Sometimes people were recording, sometimes people were still doing there, and many times they were outside a school, and neighbors in the school, in the neighborhood, were just watching what was going on. In fact, some of those neighbors actually got involved in making sure that kids felt calm and safe going to school. On January 22nd, in a suburb of St. Paul, an ICE officer led a woman who was following his vehicle back to her own home. Now, he had the right to do that. She was keeping her distance. But they did it to make sure that they knew that their identity and address, that ICE had it. When her husband came to the officer outside the door, the video shows the officer saying, "If you raise your voice, I'll erase your voice." We don't want law enforcement talking to our constituents like that. And these are not isolated incidents. An ICE officer told Rutgers that they're leading people back to their houses after running their license plates to, quote, freak them out. This is a coordinated effort by the federal government to track and, simply put, to harass people. A group of Minnesota residents filed a class action lawsuit documenting dozens of these cases of abuse. I'm going to read you another incident. On the evening of January 26th, Emily was observing DHS activity in her neighborhood. She didn't drive around to find it. It was in her neighborhood. Then she decided that she would follow the DHS SUV into a parking lot. It suddenly stopped. Emily stopped behind it. Someone leaned out of the SUV and photographed her, and then started to drive away. The SUV then spun around and sped directly towards her. The SUV was about to hit her right before it slammed on its brakes. Then an agent leaned out to the SUV out of the front passenger window and yelled, "Emily, Emily, we're going to take you home." And the agent repeated her name several times, stated her home address, and then said again, "We're going to take you home." The SUV pulled out of the parking lot. Emily drove in the opposite direction, and after driving a block, she noticed that the SUV was following her. On January 26th, Ryan in Richfield, Minnesota was watching for ICE activity in a school near his house, neighbors looking out for neighborhood children. He honked briefly to let the community and the school know that ICE was in the area. And then Ryan did drive behind the ICE vehicle, all following normal traffic distance, following all the laws. He did not break one traffic law. The ICE vehicle turned around and drove directly at his car. They did not stop. So he reversed to maintain a safe distance. The vehicle turned on a red, blue flashing lights, and so then he did stop. One agent dressed in tactical gear and a mask got out of the SUV, approached Ryan's car. The agent took a photo of his license plate, a photo of his face, and then said, he was going to be added to the list of domestic terrorists. Look, if we don't support this amendment, if we don't put some checks and balances on how federal law enforcement's operating, then we are doing a disservice to our constituents. And then what message are we sending to local law enforcement? They have to be to a higher standard. I think they will rise up to that. Minnesota did, I'm sure Maine did, and the rest of our states did. They raised up to a higher standard. But there might be some people in some towns say, hey, the rules don't apply anymore. You can do what you want. The last comment I'm going to make is on body cameras. There were body cameras available to those agents to be wearing them with their masks and everything on them. The Biden administration, this committee approved money for body cameras before the surge in Minnesota and it happened in Maine. The current president's administration told them not to wear them, not to use them. So, Mr. Chair, I'm glad we have more money for body cameras. Let's make sure they're on, they're recorded, and that they're used properly. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. I heard the comments from the chair and why he was not going to support the amendment, and the statements were that it can create a protections for violent protesters and can facilitate doxing. So I grabbed a copy of the amendment and I said, my goodness, I got to say, I've reviewed this a couple of times. I'm really not seeing anywhere where it does that. I think all it says is basically that people can exercise First Amendment rights, participating in peaceful protest or assembly, documenting federal law enforcement conduct, reporting, commenting, or editorializing on activities of federal law enforcement, publication of or reporting legally obtained information or documentation regarding policies and practices. That doesn't sound anything close to an exception for violent conduct on the streets. And the doxing part, I don't think is generated by that either. Let me say this. I go back as a prosecutor before we actually had body cameras, cruiser cams, or even cameras on phones. And so when these came in, there was a lot of concern by law enforcement officers on the street that recording activities would somehow be a problem for them, that they would be exposed committing misconduct on the street. And there was initial opposition to it. In fact, a lot of the local law enforcement officers acted the same way that you just heard. Actually, maybe not quite that extreme, but they would try and take the phones away from people or tell them you can't record this or whatever and try and prevent them from recording it. But what happened over time, and this is true with respect to the body cameras, this is true for recordings of interrogations and hearing rooms or interview rooms, all of this stuff, the good cops figured out that when you actually record what's going on, it supports their case. Because a lot of times people would come out and say, well, he pressured me into confessing or something like that. But when you got the tape now, it disproves that. The good police officers on the street want this. They want the recordings. They want the cameras. They want the videotapes and the audio tapes of what they've done. The ones who are, I think, walking the line and maybe not doing what they're supposed to be doing, or clearly are not, those are the ones that are most concerned about it. And when you couple that with the fact that these are also the same guys that want to be wearing face masks and no ID on their jackets, it does make me wonder about what's going on there. And then the last piece is the absence of training. Because if they'd been well trained, they would know that people on the street, standing not in the way, recording what's going on, have a legitimate First Amendment right to do it. And the videotapes I've seen of some of what these guys do, like walking or following them around in the car, walking up and pushing them down on the street, trying to take their phones from them. Preddy, the initiation of what Preddy got shot for was in part using the camera to record what was going on the street. That is not what we want these law enforcement officers doing. It's not specific to ICE. It's not specific to Border Patrol. I think it's true for every police officer in the country. These are the kinds of things that they ought to be trained to not only permit, but actually defend and protect, because they're there to protect First Amendment rights as well. So, and if I miss something with respect to the language, I'll give the gentleman a chance to point it out. I'd love to hear what it is. But in absence of that, we don't have anything attacking the First Amendment, people's rights or that's failing to protect people's First Amendment rights that we want to allow to happen here. We want to make sure that there's nothing advocating violence. I don't see anything that does that here. I don't see anything that advocates doxing. I think it does the things that we want to do. And then just the last point, one of the huge transformations for the United States with respect to excessive force by law enforcement officers was when people started having phones on their cameras, because that enabled us to move away from cases where it was the cop's word against the guy that got arrested, and it was always, well, that was just sour grapes. It turned into, well, I don't know if it was sour grapes or not, but let's go to the videotape and see what it says. And that's how you ended up with the convictions in Minnesota. That's why Derek Chauvin's in jail for so long now, and that happened in cases all across the country. We want videotape. We want audio tape. It's the best evidence. Let's make sure we protect people's First Amendment rights so they can obtain that evidence and we could use it. And I urge support of the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
And I want to thank my colleagues for their articulate defense of this simple but important amendment. During the disgusting invasion of Minneapolis, as has been referenced here, 2 American citizens were shot by ICE officers, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. So you can imagine that anyone who is out there today exercising their constitutionally protected rights to legally protest, when they hear an ICE officer say to them something like, you're going to be added to a nice little database, or you're a domestic terrorist, or you get a phone call right after you've been following an ICE officer, or you get told by somebody that you're not allowed to videotape or film, you start to wonder, will you be the next person who's shot? And all of us defend the Constitution. All of us talk about our important right of constitutionally protected free speech. I think all of us should be in favor of this amendment. And if you don't believe in the enforcement part, at the very least, the transparency side and knowing exactly how they're trained and what they're doing today. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Maine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
I have a revised amendment at the desk, and I'd ask that it be considered read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to ask the subcommittee chair if you would yield to a question.
Absolutely not.
Could you just explain what the secondary amendment, what its relation is to this amendment?
You address that.
Just briefly, because I only have 5 minutes.
Sure. We agree with doing the study, but the language in your amendment that talks about, the Trump, it's like, hey, if we're going to take a straight up look, take a straight up look. Let's not coach them on how come this, how come that, how come that. So it's, you want a straight up GAO report, we're with you. If you want the language that talks about.
Because the first one you had struck the report away. So you're saying this would have a report? Because I don't think I have Trump in, well, we have the effects of what's happening right now, on the agricultural workforce.
This one says revised, and it's got references to report not later than 180 days, the impact of immigration enforcement activities under President Trump's administration on the agricultural workforce.
No, I'm talking about yours. So I'm asking, what report comes up with yours?
The committee recognizes the critical role that the agricultural workers play in maintaining the nation's food supply and supporting rural economies. The bill includes language that supports the ability of the agricultural industry to legally hire temporary and seasonal workers in a manner consistent with the Immigration and Nationality Act, addressing labor challenges and enhancing workforce stability across this industry.
So but it doesn't require a report, does it?
Well, I guess we could work.
It would, because it doesn't have a report. That's why. So it basically, it kills any report. That's why I wanted to ask, because I wasn't sure if you were aware, because when you had the language, we took your exact language in the revised one to say, yes, water is wet, but if you happen to be drowning in it, you might want someone to help you out, right?
So
That was,
And in fairness, where we would differ is, if you wanted a report that just said that, but we also in ours said, hey, we've done a little bit here for members.
but do you have a report? That's a yes or no?
No, we don't.
Okay, that's different than what you started. Okay, so I'll reclaim my time at this point. I've given up half of it. This is why people hate Congress, honestly, or government bodies in general. You know, if you don't want a report, you just vote against it. So instead, you put some language, water is wet. Like I said, for a farmer, if they're drowning, they want some help. They want to know, talk through this. I just talked to milk producers out in the hallway. And I showed them your original one before you had this revised one. And they said it's not true. In fact, one person said 95% of dairy farms don't operate that way. That can work within the system. They would love to have a visa system that worked because they're not temporary. You can't temporarily ask the cow to take a vacation in winter to not milk it, right? You've got year round, you have to deal with it. And the other person said 80% was his number of farms that don't comply with the current law because he said some people are family farms. So the bottom line is what we're doing is you don't want a report because we don't want people to know that farmers are negatively impacted right now, whether it be the fact that they're not able to get employees, and I just had that conversation, how it affects the supply chain. That means milk for kids and everything else. So we want milk for kids. We've got dairy farmers right here in this room, and you know, in fact, I think the gentleman from California is one of the most brilliant ideas how he did his milk. We always have chocolate vanilla. He has banana. He has root beer float, right? All these interesting flavors. But we need to know how that's impacted by what's happening because I'm hearing from my farmers literally hours ago in the hallway. We want to know what the tariff impact in other parts are affecting them. But really, it's what's happening to the price of food because of this. We just saw this morning because of inflation. President just said he loves the inflation, whatever that means. But there are all kinds of impacts to our farming industry right now, and certainly through the workforce. And just to have a non-report, then just vote against it. Just to put fake language out there, that's why people hate us. And they're right to hate us, because we can't just say, no, we don't want to report because we don't really want to know the truth. So instead, we put pretty language. I put your pretty language in there, and then you want to take away the report. You said there was a report, and then you go, oh, wait, there's not a report. That's what people hate. So I would urge support of my amendment. I know you're going to introduce a secondary amendment. I'll get back up and talk about it a little more, but I would certainly hope that we wouldn't be afraid. You don't seem like a guy who's normally afraid to have a report, and I think it would be in the best interest for our dairy farmers to have that. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amade, to respond to the amendment.
Thank my colleague from New York for your question, which is illuminated. Wisconsin, which has illuminated some of the confusion around this, some of which is mine, for which I apologize. I'm fine with the report. Your language in this report, which I started to read, is I'm sitting there going, hey, let's have an honest, straight-up look. I don't think your language does that, but you know what I'm going to do to try to help something? I'm withdrawing my secondary amendment. We're going to have an honest, no confusion thing on, do we want a report that has this stuff directly tied to the administration instead of, because we didn't do any of that when prices were up and eggs were how much a dozen, whatever, but that's neither here nor there. I rise in opposition to the amendment. And I rise in opposition to it because I believe that the language in this basically directs, you look at this administration, and I think you ought to look at, what the heck? Let's look at what the things are. Let's take an honest, open, no bias look. I don't think that language does that. So, and I also want to say, we put language in the bill that quite frankly helps workforce in ag areas in several respects in the base of the bill. So I don't think it's a matter of, whatever, but everybody's going to categorize it however it is. So for the record, I am withdrawing the secondary amendment. I urge a no vote on the amendment.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. It simply asks the GAO to give us a report on the impact of the immigration policy on our agricultural industry, including the labor force and throughout the supply chain. I got a lot of rural areas in South Texas, and I know our farmers and ranchers are hurting. So all we're doing is just say, just the facts, but the facts, ma'am. And that's what this amendment does. So I ask that we support this amendment and urge all my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing? The gentlelady from Florida is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield to Mr. Pocan.
And thank you. And normally I wouldn't do this, but since I did have to spend 2.5 minutes, I really appreciate subcommittee chairs doing that, because that's why we included your language. If you just wanted a matter of fact, that's fine to have in there. I think the part that I really just want to stress is if you look at what the report's about, that's where the numbers are, there's nothing political. I mean, let me just read it for you. An assessment of workforce shortages in the agricultural sector attributable to immigration enforcement activities. That we know is true, right? There's increased activities. Analysis of the impacts of such workforce shortages on agricultural productivity, farm operations, and food supply chains. Pretty innocuous. 3, an evaluation of the regional and commodity-specific effects, including impacts on dairy, fruit, and vegetable production, meat processing, and specialty crop industries. Nothing political there, right? I've seen you nod with me. And finally, an assessment of the economic impacts on agricultural producers, production losses, and effects on consumer food prices.
Thank you.
Yeah, so honestly, you could have wrote this, and I would be voting for it, because it is that bland. But important, because right now, I hear calves weaning at night from where I live in Wisconsin, right? Dairy farmers in particular, when it comes to this workforce-wise, I just ask people, not from my district and not from my district, but from my state, and they're saying that 80 to 95% of dairy farmers probably are not following the current practices because they can't. And that's all. We should just find out why. It's really that simple. There's nothing more to it. That's why when I saw the language at first, I'm like, wait. Let's not play what people hate Congress for. Like, if you don't want to do it, don't want to do it. But the reality is, those are the 4 statements of what the study's about, as non-political as you could possibly get, but trying to look out for our farmers. And right now, they're having some hard times, not just on workforce, but specifically the study trying to address that and look at it. So that's why I just wanted the time yielded. I appreciate the woman from Florida doing that, but I really do think it's pretty straightforward. Maybe if you could kind of reassess whether or not you'd like to support it, but that is the language of what the study's about. And there's really nothing political there. This could have been probably a manager's amendment sort of item, but I would hope that we could support that, because I think it's in the best interest of farmers. And again, I read you every word of what the findings are, and you nodded your head with me on it. There's nothing political here. It's really just trying to get something to help out. And with that, I yield back.
Actually, the gentlelady will need to yield back. She controls the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. Mr. Pocan's amendment would require the Government Accountability Office to submit a report to the committee on the impact of immigration enforcement activities under the Trump administration on the agriculture workforce. America's farmers are struggling to stay in business as rising input costs and the Trump administration's trade policies are making our food and our fiber more expensive. Our producers depend on a reliable and a readily available workforce in order to stay afloat. This GAO report would be a worthwhile study that could help Congress tackle the serious labor issues affecting America's farmers. Our ag producers continue to tell me that while the astronomical input costs and the market access problems exacerbated by the tariff policies are challenges, but their biggest challenge, they say, is maintaining a steady, consistent workforce. Many of them utilize the H-2A program, but the uncertainty that's created by random immigration enforcement activities create the risk of having their crops not harvested or spoiling in the fields, causing them tremendous economic losses because the guest workers who are working are afraid to show up for work for fear of a raid. I think it's a very reasonable amendment. I think that it would be helpful for us to know what the impact is. And because of that, I would urge the committee to adopt this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With explaining what it's about, I'm hoping maybe that clarifies it for folks, and maybe people might want to just move forward with the amendment, and if not, I wish you would, because I think our farmers, especially our dairy farmers and farmers that, you know, might be in a little bit more of a bind because of our visa situation, it could be helpful. But it is innocuous, and I would hope that we could move forward and do something for our farmers together, and I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Spice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar.
Aye.
Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards. I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Mr. Laloda. No. Mr. Laloda, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from New York.
Ms. Ming, aye.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
The gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Franklin, no.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Quigley, aye.
Another gentleman from California snuck in.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentlelady from Nevada.
Ms. Lee,
Gentleman
aye.
from New York.
Mr. Espaillat, aye.
Another gentleman from New York.
Mr. Morelli, aye.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Newhouse, no.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Joyce, no.
Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment.
Without
be dispensed
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this amendment is very straightforward. It ensures that ICE cannot deport someone to a third country unless an immigration judge has specifically approved removal to the country. Because what's happening, I've said this before, I'll say it again, the Trump ICE policy is an abomination. This administration is tearing undocumented immigrants away from the lives they have built here. Think about it, the home health aide, caring for a senior, the construction working, rebuilding after a hurricane, the farm worker, putting food on our tables. These are our neighbors. These are our coworkers, our parents and caregivers, people who work hard every day contributing, and they're part of the fabric of our community. And they are being ripped away from their families, their jobs, and the only communities that many of them know, often by very scary mass agents. And they're shipped thousands of miles away to countries where they have no family, no ability to speak the language, no legal ties, and no support system. Places they have never lived, places where they know no one, places where they may face prosecution, imprisonment, or even death. We've already seen the painful consequences. I'm going to give you two heartbreaking stories. Sarah, a 28-year-old Christian convert from Iran, she fled a regime where practicing her faith could cost her life. And she was able to cross over into our border after a very dangerous journey through the Darien Gap. There she was detained by ICE. She was put on a plane and sent to Panama, a country where she has no family, no ties, no future. After weeks alone in a hotel detention center, she was released into the streets with nowhere to go. Today, her whereabouts are unknown. And here's Farah, a 21-year-old Moroccan woman fled after her own family tried to kill her because she is lesbian. An immigration judge determined that she would face persecution if she returned home. Yet, our government sent her to Cameroon, another country where being LGBTQ is a crime. Really? Really? That's what we did? So she was terrified. She was alone. She eventually returned to Morocco, where she now lives in hiding, fearing for her life. And listen to this. Now, this is, I said an abomination. Here's the abomination. The Trump administration is actually pressuring countries to take people who have no connection to them. They're using tariffs, visa restrictions, and even foreign assistance as bargaining tools. Now, can't we all agree that human beings are not cargo, not to be shipped around the world? They are not political pawns. They're not bargaining chips. And American dollars should not be used to fund a system that takes vulnerable people anywhere a deal can be struck without a judge first determining whether the country is an appropriate or safe for that person to go. Listen, we're not talking about, this is not securing the border. This is not about removing violent criminals. This is about giving, our government has unchecked power to exile people to places they do not know, where they have no rights, no support, no protection. And my amendment is very, very simple. And listen, it doesn't stop deportations. It does not prevent enforcement. It simply says that before the United States government can send a human being to a third country, there must be due process. There must be accountability, and there must be a decision by an immigration judge. That's not radical, and that is fairness, and most importantly, that is humanity. That's our values in this country. That's who our country should be. I urge my colleagues to support this very, very good amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for the amendment. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amade, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we accept the amendment. What did you say?
Gentlemen, need to address the amendment, or can we just?
I yield back.
I appreciate that. Yeah. If there's no further debate, the gentlelady is actually recognized for 1 minute to close.
Yield back. Yield back.
And I yield back.
I thank gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady of Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Chairman, I rise to offer an amendment and would like the reading of the amendment to be read.
Without objection, to be read. Yes,
be
ma'am.
read.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Read it.
I'm happy to read it myself.
Let's let the clerk read it.
Amendment, Torres number 1.
Yes.
At the appropriate place in the bill, insert the following, section blank, protections for citizens from improper DNA collection. None of the funds made available in this act may be used by Immigration and Customs Enforcement to collect biometric identifiers or biometric information of United States citizens exercising their First Amendment rights, or to keep records of such samples in any database.
Gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment would prevent ICE from taking DNA samples from American citizens, you and I, and creating an illegal database. The Constitution guarantees us the freedom to dissent. No one should be punished, intimidated, or silenced for exercising these fundamental rights. Defending these freedoms is not an option. It is essential to preserving our democracy. We have not passed a law to allow for the creation of a protester database. This is a very dangerous road that we are treading, and it is un-American. Unfortunately, it is already happening. Citizens have come forward complaining that they were arrested by ICE for peacefully protesting and had their DNA forcibly taken. And guess what? There is no clear or public way to remove your DNA sample from their database once taken. We have every indication that ICE will actively target nonviolent protesters, taking DNA from them and making lists of dissenters. In January of this year, the White House border czar, Tom Homan, announced that he is pushing for the federal government to create a database of people arrested during demonstrations against ICE. We're gonna make them famous, he said. Yes, he is making them famous. Renee Nicole Good, Alex Preddy, both had their pictures taken, both killed in cold blood soon after. On January 23rd, an anti-ICE protester captured an ICE agent on video explaining that he was taking pictures of the protester's car because we have a nice little database and now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So have fun with that. That's your picture. But imagine if when they take our DNA, it's not just our personal DNA. It becomes a record of our family tree forever, forever, members. So anyone could be punished for what you have chosen to do. Today, Republicans are in charge of everything. You may not think that you or your loved one could end up on this list, but the minute you disagree with this president, not only will you lose your seat in Congress, you just may find yourselves in such a list with no way out. This nation was founded by people who understood bone deep that governments that compile lists of dissenters, they do that so they can silence them. Cuba, Venezuela, Stalin, Mao. These are the governments that make lists of dissenters. And now the US government is allowing ICE to not only take our names and pictures, but our DNA. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and stand with the Constitution to vote for a land of the free and the home of the brave. And if you can't do that, please walk in my shoes for one day. When I found myself being gassed by ICE agents simply for asking questions, and then they lied about it and said that there were 1,000 people violently protesting, and they were caught lying because every local media was present and had video evidence that they are bullshit liars. I also found myself being run off the road by an ICE van. I also found myself hearing from my husband that ICE had been to my home and had a staring contest with my spouse. This could be you. There's nothing to smile about. There's only a future where our children's DNA would be marked forever by the actions that we take today. I ask for your support for this important bill amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk. ICE, with the exception of unaccompanied minor children that I'm aware of, has not and does not collect biometric information of U.S. citizens who are exercising their First Amendment rights. I get that there are strong feelings about ICE throughout Congress. I'm also confused as to why the title of this amendment addresses DNA collection, but the actual substance of the language prohibits collection of biometric information. Regardless, the amendment as drafted is completely unnecessary, and as such, I oppose it.
Thank you, gentleman. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support in support of this amendment. It's a very simple amendment, and I'll read it again. None of the funds made available in this act may be used directly or indirectly to collect biometric identifiers or biometric information of the United States citizens. not undocumented aliens, but of U.S. citizens that are just exercising the First Amendment rights or keep the records of such samples in a database. You know, once they're in, they're going to stay there. It's going to be very, very hard. What's the process of eliminating that? This is the United States of America, and we should not allow this. If we think it's unnecessary, well, let's just add it to make sure that we protect our constitutional rights as U.S. citizens. So with that, I support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Amade, mention that he was not aware of any existing practices where ICE would be collecting the DNA from protesters or American citizens. I want to read, with my time, an article from USA Today, for the record, from March 24th, 2026, titled, "Is ICE Taking DNA from Protesters What We Know?" The federal government's sweeping power to force people under arrest to give a DNA sample is facing new scrutiny after multiple immigration enforcement protesters reported being swabbed after being taken into custody. Someone named Stephen Sorry said he was physically forced without my consent to do a DNA sample after immigration agents detained him near where Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse, was fatally shot by federal authorities during a large federal immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis in January. Sorry, a U.S. Marine Corps veteran who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, said in court records that he went to the scene after hearing that another person had been shot by federal agents in the city less than 3 weeks after the fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good. He said he was taken into custody without cause. Quote, "I was standing on the sidewalk, not recording with my phone, not protesting, not yelling, not blowing a whistle, just watching," Sorry said in a declaration filed in federal court. After about 8 hours in custody, he was released without charges. Sorry is not alone. Several people have said federal agents took or attempted to take DNA samples from them after they were suddenly apprehended. "It's certainly alarming, but is it surprising? No," said Stevie Glaberson, Director of Research and Advocacy at Georgetown University Center on Privacy and Technology. The Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, has broad authority to collect DNA from people in its custody and has ramped up its efforts to do so in recent years, Glaberson said. So then there's a heading. Can ICE take your DNA? A spokesperson for DHS told USA Today federal law requires law enforcement to collect DNA samples from people who are arrested. The requirement cited by DHS applies to people who are, quote, arrested facing charges or convicted, and non-US citizens who are, quote, detained. And so it goes on. I'd be happy to submit this for the record. I would just really urge us to have a shared set of facts when we are debating this issue and understand that with the recent immigration enforcement efforts undertaken by the Trump administration, there's a number of reasons why US citizens have been detained. Not charged, not convicted, but detained. And taking their DNA without a court order, I believe, constitutes an illegal, unreasonable search and seizure. And that is why I support Ms. Torres's amendment. Do you want me to yield to you? Okay, I yield back, thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask my colleagues to think very carefully of how they vote for this amendment. And I want to substitute one word, and I'm going to read it. None of the funds made available in this act may be used by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement to collect biometric identifiers or biometric information of United States citizens exercising their Second Amendment rights, or to keep records of such samples in any database. I do not believe that one of you on the Republican side of the aisle would vote against that amendment if it said Second Amendments. Clearly, we should be as protective of the First Amendment as we are of the Second. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. NPR has found a total of 6 other people that have come forward, people in Illinois, Oregon, and Minnesota, who described occurrences in recent months in statements made under oath as part of lawsuits against the Trump administration's handling of immigration enforcement. They said that they were arrested seemingly without provocation while protesting ICE, and then had officers take or try to take what appeared to be a sample of their DNA. 6 cases, public cases that we know of because of a lawsuit. Imagine how many more are out there. Dissent, members, is not a crime. The right to protest is not probable cause. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Any the chair of the noes have it. Roll call requested. Roll call is requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amade. No. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar.
Aye.
Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Missouri?
Mr. Alford, no.
Gentleman from Washington, or gentlelady from Washington State?
Ms. Perez, aye.
Gentlelady from Nevada?
Ms. Lee, aye.
Gentlelady from Florida?
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Gentlelady from Texas?
Ms. Escobar, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana?
He's recorded.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Are there any other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Who?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cloud.
Oh, Mr. Cloud? Is the gentleman? No?
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Cloud, no.
And any others? A lot of confusion with people coming in and out. The gentleman from Maryland Recorded? Okay, thank you. With that, clerk will tally. Let's vote. The ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Is to offer an amendment and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Ask that the reading,
Dispensed with.
okay. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment is a very simple increase of $50 million to the assistance for firefighters grants to provide desperately needed equipment, training, and wellness to help our firefighters. As many of you may already know, in 2005, I lost my home in a fire. I remember checking into a hotel at 3 a.m. with nothing but the clothes that I had on. One kid didn't have a shirt on, and the other didn't have shoes on. I'll never forget the brave firefighters who put themselves in danger to keep us and our neighbors safe. Firefighters do that every single day for my family, for your constituents, for all of us. But we all know that it is not without a high cost and risk. Too many firefighters die each year serving our communities. A government report has found that communication failures, including failures of equipment and lack of training on how best to use radios, are key factors in firefighter deaths on the job. This grant program helps fix these lethal issues. 22% of fire service members also have PTSD, compared to 6% of the general population. This grant program also provides mental health resources for our firefighters. The Assistance for Firefighters Grant Program is a critical tool that helps firefighters do their jobs and help our communities. And my amendment is zero cost because it takes the unused money from a slush fund Republicans provided DHS last year. It takes that extra money that is just sitting there and puts it to good use today. I urge this committee to come together and support this very simple amendment and stand up for our brave firefighters, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for the amendment. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the son of a wildland firefighter career type, I rise in opposition of this amendment. We've already got $342 million in the bill for firefighter grants. We upped it this year by another $9 million. So the request to throw in 50 more million when we're trying to do what we can for other folks, nothing against the firefighters, but it's like, here we go, we're taking it out of, everybody supports FEMA firefighter grants, but using reconciliation funding as an offset for any base discretionary program, especially if there's an associated score from the Congressional Budget Office, given that the language rescinds mandatory resources, is something that I oppose regretfully. I hope you vote no.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this gentlelady's amendment that we will receive part of the $10 billion DHS slush fund created under reconciliation, and will use those funds to help our firefighters. Assistance to the firefighter grants provide central funding to local firefighters and emergency medical services that ensure first responders have that facility and resources. And I know we've given up some money, but it's still not enough. Every time I go to my district, they're asking for more and more resources, and maybe one county gets it, and then the other 8 or 9 counties don't get it, and it goes on every year. This money, as I said before, comes from Section 9007 of the Reconciliation 1.0 that gave DHS a $10 billion credit card, which I said before, they use it, then they put appropriated dollars, and then they use it, and then again, and again, there's no oversight and there's no accountability. I'd rather provide that money to the firefighters and first responders because it's a much better use of those funds. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing a gentleman from Maryland recognized.
Briefly, first of all, I want to thank the chairman. I want to thank the chairman for providing for an increase in this fund for the fire grants, the SAFER program, which have 2 different objectives. But I would say that I would support this. It does not come out of the S&E account, doesn't come out of operation. It comes out, as I understand it, from money that was in the big bad bill that we call, which I think, frankly, was a very large sum. And I frankly think the fire service can probably use this much more effectively and better, distributed, of course, throughout the country, as the gentleman well knows. So I would support this amendment and urge the chairman to do so. But I do appreciate the fact that there is an increase, small, but nevertheless an increase in the 2 existing objectives. Be glad to yield to my friend.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. But we've all been around here long enough to know there are plenty of worthy causes. We put more in for the funding for safety. So listen, firefighters one of the best ones. But it's like you to do that. Okay, now it's open season. I'm just saying we've made some decisions that we think are appropriate and respectful. No disrespect, but to take 50 million out of that is like yeehaw, it's open season. That's not the way I believe we should appropriate. So thank you for yielding.
I understand the chairman's concern.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chairman, it took a little over 5 hours to finally shut down the fire at my home. It also, one of the firefighters had to be evacuated. He had fallen, and the heat and the fire was just so hot that his helmet had melted into his head. We're talking about, we allocated $343 million plus $9 million, roughly $352 million. But yet, we've given $140 billion to ICE, unrestricted dollars. $1.8 billion to the White House slush money so that they can pay off the January 6ers insurrectionists who terrorized this temple of democracy. But firefighters, the people that are risking their lives to save ours, priorities. Our priorities in this committee are wrong. I yield back.
Thanks, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Well, I will certainly do that, but I would appreciate it at the end of the amendment if you just listen and called for it. So, but anyway, Roll call request has been given. Sufficient support has been shown. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Zinke.
Mr. Zinke.
Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to record or change their vote? Gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Levin, aye.
Are there others? Seeing nobody trying to get my attention, clerk will call the roll. Or tally, excuse me. Oh, gentleman from Arkansas? No. Gentleman-
Mr. Womack, no.
Mr. Vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for the purpose of amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment on the desk and ask dispense to the reading of it.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'm proud to offer this common sense amendment. I think that it is important that we take this amendment into consideration. Simply put, it prohibits funds in this bill from going towards the continual operations of a privately held detention facility, Delaney Hall, in New Jersey, which ICE is utilizing in Newark, New Jersey, to obviously detain people from that region, New Jersey, New York, the tri-state area. Many of us have seen videos of the standoffs outside of the facility, including the macing of New Jersey Senator Andy Kim, and countless others, which is representative of the overwhelming frustration the community feels about this particular detention center. I, like my fellow appropriator, Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman, have been two of the few who have been inside Delaney Hall. I may remind you that we had to go to court and get a favorable court decision that allow us to use our oversight powers and review this detention center and the horrendous things that are occurring inside of it. I can tell you that the facility is in dire condition, prompting a hunger strike amongst those who have been detained. Men and women are on hunger strike there. For more than 2 weeks, detainees have protested the dire conditions, including spoiled food, overcrowding, and lack of medical care. I met with a group of women who gave me a handwritten note with the complaints, including the allegations of sexual assault by some of the guards. That's correct, sexual assault by guards in a detention center, privately run, profit-making and privately run. So to attempt to escape these conditions, a record number of habeas corpus petitions have been filed from detainees in Delaney Hall. It has allowed immigrants in the detention to be, of course, held there even longer as they linger on. So, Mr. Chairman, once during the pandemic, we went to Irwin, Georgia, where we saw a similar privately run detention center where women make complaints fueled by a whistleblower, a nurse, in this detention center that they were being subjected to medical practices without their consent, some allege sterilization. Here we go to Delaney Hall in New Jersey, and a woman tells me that guards allegedly are sexually assaulting detainees there. Money, our taxpayers' money should not go to Delaney Hall. It should be shut down immediately. The detainees there have expressed their alarming concern about what's going on in there, and retaliation is the response of the administrators. So I ask all my colleagues to dig deep into their souls and stop this horrible practice and vote in support of this amendment. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his amendment. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my former ranking member colleague on Ledge Branch, I rise in opposition to the amendment. There's a lot there in that testimony, but the amendment says, basically, my words, nobody else's, shut down Delaney Hall. That's it. It's an existing operating ICE facility, whether you like ICE or don't, or whether they're doing good things or bad things there. That's it. Shut her down. Nothing from this bill can be used for expenses for Delaney Hall. So what do you do with those people? Or do you try to, and so I'm just saying, I get it, and I get the strong connection, but obviously it makes it more difficult for the Department of Homeland Security, which God knows has got enough difficulties going on, doesn't attempt to ask for anything other than shut the switch off. DHS does have a side of this story, and they refute them. You can figure out what that's all about, whether Delaney Hall is substandard, whether the procedures are. However, that won't satiate the protesters. an antagonist whose only goal, I believe, is to complete and utter dissolution of ICE detention as we know it. Delaney Hall appears to be the starting point for this abolishment. Otherwise, we'd have Plan B in this amendment. That's why we're seeing escalating demonstrations outside this facility and often intense clashes and violence against everybody. Instead of offering an amendment to increase security to protect federal law enforcement and those in the facility and detainees in custody, basically, it's like, hey, let's just shut her down and good luck picking up the pieces. I think it's our job not to work only to wholly reject Delaney Hall or this position, but to ensure we maintain robust infrastructure to support the enforcement of our immigration laws. We need to have that discussion before anything like this happens. Therefore, I oppose the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, my position is that I understand that ICE has a responsibility to enforce the law. ICE doesn't have sufficient capacity, so therefore the private sector plays a role. We did that under the Obama administration, but under the Obama administration, while they held a lot of folks there, we, members of this Appropriations, I personally and other folks in this room, we added amendments to make sure that we had the oversight, make sure they were taken care of, make sure they were provided education, making sure they got medical care, make sure there was no sexual assault or other type of harm coming in. We supported that under the Obama administration. Now, when they don't even allow members or make it very difficult for members of Congress to go and see those detention centers, and now that we don't have all of the protection, there is one standard, but we don't have the same standards that we had, and that this member or that this Congress and this committee added during the Obama administration. And if we don't have those standards, then I have a problem. So under the current circumstances, because they don't allow us to go in like we used to, we don't have the same oversight that we added under the Obama administration. Because of that, I take a different position, and I will support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We wouldn't be having this discussion if ICE or this administration administered these laws in a lawful way. We wouldn't have this discussion if Delaney Hall was a facility that was taking care of the people it was supposed to detain. We wouldn't be having this discussion if it weren't the innocent people. 70% of the people there innocent, 30% nonviolent actions that got them there. We wouldn't have this conversation if Delaney Hall were feeding people properly, giving them access to health care, giving them their due process, allowing their families to see them, their lawyers to consult with them, and the members of this Congress to do the oversight that it is responsible for doing. We wouldn't have this conversation if there was not such cruelty and disrespect and disregard for the humanity of people who happen to come from different places to seek safety and security in a country that says, give me your tired and your poor and your huddled masses yearning to be breathe free. Do not give me any excuse as to why we shouldn't stand up today and say the Delaney Halls in the United States of America, the treatment, the disrespect, the inhumanity that they're experiencing, people who are there experiencing, that we should continue to allow this in our country. Your families came here 100 years ago, 200 years ago, seeking the freedom and the dignity and the respect and the opportunity that these people are seeking right now. So why don't we get our heads out of the sand, guys and girls? Why don't we recognize that we're talking about the lives of human beings? And why don't we do the right thing and shut this place down and act like we've got some humanity our own damn selves? I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Money seems not to be the problem. We have given an abusive amount of money to DHS. Yes, yesterday we gave an additional $70 billion to ICE. $70 billion as we cut Medicaid, as we cut SNAP food stamps, that it's really less than $7 a person a day. We're giving $70 billion to incarcerate people, detain folks in these types of conditions. Money is not the issue. As appropriators, we know where the money is. And believe me, money is not the problem. Budgets are a document that reflect our values as human beings. Where we place the money is where our heart is. And we're placing the money abusively in a place that's detaining people that have complained that they're being held to horrible conditions, spoiled food, no medical treatment, overcrowded conditions. And yes, women have said that they're being sexually abused. I'm denouncing this right here in the Appropriations Committee. This is no joke. So we should shut this place down. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Miss Escobar. Miss Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Miss Frankel. Miss Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Laloda. Mr. Laloda, no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Miss Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Miss Perez. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Miss Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Indiana?
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Did Harris vote?
He did.
Okay.
Mr. Cloud did not vote.
Mr. Cloud?
Yeah. he's-
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud? I don't believe the gentleman's been recorded.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Are there any others, any other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Amendment at the desk and ask to dispense the reading of it.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment prohibits funds from being used to purchase sensitive personal data from commercial brokers. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. I'm proud to offer this amendment, which was adopted in a bipartisan effort in another market several weeks ago. Simply put, it prohibits funds in this bill, our tax dollars, from being used to purchase our private personal data from shady commercial brokers. As noted, there is a strong record of bipartisan support for this measure within and outside of this committee. In 2023, we passed the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sales Act. In the years since, we have only deepened the use of technology in our daily lives, and thus we create more and more data by the minute. Parallel to this data proliferation has been the exponential growth of AI, which has shown great capacity for capturing, organizing, and making our data actionable. When it comes to our personal data and the Department of Homeland Security, that action in some form of overreach, surveillance, or tracking, it's really Big Brother in action. As noted in the final paragraph of my amendment, this legislation is no way attempting to strain officers' efforts to obtain data for legitimate law enforcement purposes, which remains entirely doable with judicial warrants and subpoenas. I encourage a yes vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Banning the use of commercially obtained data limits law enforcement operations, including screening of U.S. shippers and passengers, and a host of other unintended consequences. The core of applying this broad prohibition, it is based on a fundamentally flawed understanding of how and why CBP and ICE and other elements of the department conduct law enforcement operations. U.S. citizens can at times be the principal subject of CBP enforcement actions. Approximately 80% of the people prosecuted and convicted of federal drug trafficking offenses in the Southern District of California were U.S. citizens. Restricting commercial data access directly hampers CBP's ability to identify these individuals before they reach the border. transnational criminal organizations deliberately recruit U.S. citizens to open bank accounts, conduct financial transactions, drive vehicles across the border, lease stash houses, and perform other functions that require a clean identity with legal status precisely because they attract less scrutiny. Commercial data purchase patterns, travel histories, financial transactions, phone records, and address histories are often the only means to surface these connections when a U.S. citizen subject to investigation has no prior criminal record. CBP's use of commercial data is not warrantless surveillance of ordinary citizens. It is targeted investigative work grounded in a reasonable suspicion and anchored to established border enforcement authority. This amendment would actively harm screening and vetting of approximately 1.2 million inbound travelers every day and over 6 million inbound cargo transactions. Access to commercial data enables CBP to mitigate concerns raised through its screening and vetting efforts by providing sufficient information to adjudicate cases of concern. Commercially available data is critical to CBP's ability to conduct the needed identity and verification that supports CBP's adjudication of matching records against passenger and cargo manifest screening and vetting information. In short, this amendment does grave damage to our border security and targeting operations, and for that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Before I go to my friend, Mr. Quay, this is just a clarification, Mr. Espiat, from the clerk's benefit. We are talking about Espiat number 3, is that correct? All right, thank you very much for that. With that, I will yield to, or recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. A whole industry of data brokers buys up vast quantities of electronic information from cell phones, apps, and web browsers and sells them to advertisers. But it also, this information, well, it's used to target ads. However, when the same industry sells the same data in bulk to cell phone data, location data, to police department, federal government agency in such a way that can detail or reveal details about Americans, all without a warrant, I think we need to stop and think about this. I don't think this is appropriate, and the question is, does it violate the Fourth Amendment? This amendment puts an end to this practice and require federal agencies to obtain a warrant before acquiring such information. Look, I understand we want to stop the bad guys, but are we going to violate Americans' constitutional rights to go after the bad guys? No, I don't think so. We go after the bad guys and we get a warrant to move forward. I also believe that the gentleman from New York has offered similar amendments and other markups, and this committee has given strong support of this similar type of amendments. Other chairmen have accepted this. Why is ICE or CBP different? You know, they get the $260 billion, no oversight. Now they're getting information that includes Americans, and again, they're given another exception. I support CBP, I support ICE, but again, we have to follow the Constitution. And with that, I support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. All detectives will tell you the first thing you want to know is where are the sources of evidence that I can locate. And open source information often provides one of those answers. It helps law enforcement separate credible leads from dead ends, focus limited resources, and protects victims before more harm can occur. Look, we all support protecting Americans' privacy and ensuring law enforcement operates within our constitutional framework. But this amendment goes well beyond that. It would restrict access to commercially available information that all federal, state, and local law enforcement officers rely on every day to generate investigative leads and protect our communities. this bill would restrict law enforcement's ability to collect third-party data on illegal aliens within the United States. It protects illegals within the United States. Law enforcement agencies at DHS use this information to identify those criminal aliens, dismantle human trafficking organizations, disrupt narcotics networks, and investigate transnational criminal organizations. This amendment will take away the tools ICE and HSI have to identify and locate criminal illegal aliens in our community. And again, this is with open source information. Anyone can buy this information. You ask only to restrict law enforcement from being able to use this publicly available information. This amendment creates a catch-22. It requires legal process before accessing the very information that is often needed to establish probable cause in the first place. The only people who benefit from that delay are the smugglers, traffickers, cartels, criminal aliens that exploit our borders and our communities. And the consequences don't stop with federal agencies either. State and local law enforcement agencies that receive DHS funding would also be affected. Sheriff's offices participating in 287G partnerships and agencies that support operations such as Operation Stone Garden, where we work side by side with federal officers to solve these crimes. Make no mistake, this data is still being collected, and this amendment does nothing to stop private companies from purchasing, analyzing, and using it. The only people this amendment restricts are law enforcement officers charged with protecting our communities and defending our homeland against illegal aliens who are already here. So, if this amendment creates an extra constitutional protection for those who have no constitutional rights, and it only creates extrajudicial obstacles for the law enforcement officers charged with protecting our communities. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we passed a similar bill amendment in another committee. This doesn't restrict law enforcement. It protects everybody, not the undocumented, all Americans, of their Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. If you have reasonable suspicion, or if you have probable cause, you go to a courtroom and you get a warrant, you get a subpoena. That's fair game. We want to restrict everybody, including individuals that are not in law enforcement, from accessing our personal data. That should be an aspiration of all Americans, to have the privacy that the Constitution provides for us protected. And so this amendment doesn't handcuff law enforcement. It simply tells them there is a process, a due process for this. And it is in the courts, not with a third-party vendor. And so this is critical. We cannot be strict. We cannot adhere to strict interpretation of the Constitution and say, we're going to do it for this amendment in the Constitution, but not for this other one. The Fourth Amendment, let's turn our heads on that, and let's make believe it doesn't exist. And let's have everybody have access to all of our personal records. That's un-American. And we're just simply asking that it applies at this table to ICE and DHS as it applied to other law enforcement agencies in the previous conversation, which the result was a bipartisan support for it. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman, and I ask for support for this amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlemen, wish a roll call? Roll call's been requested. Sufficient support has been granted. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar.
Aye.
Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Hawaii.
Mr. Case, aye.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Ivy, aye.
Gentleman from South, is gentleman recorded? Okay.
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Frankel votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
I ask that, I have an amendment at the desk and ask to dispense the reading of it.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on the amendment. Could the gentleman specify which number?
Number 4.
Number 4, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm deeply proud to offer this amendment, which will ensure that the funds in this bill are not used to deport or detain DACA recipients, commonly known as Dreamers. Now, in this committee, we have passed amendments presented by the gentleman from California in the past, in a bipartisan way, I may add, allowing Dreamers to work here in the Capitol. And that has been a practice in the past. Now, imagine if we do that again, but these young people that are working here that came to the United States at an early age, that are in many places nurses and teachers and homeowners and small business owners, are working here in the Capitol, but then get stopped, detained, arrested, and deported because of their status as DACA recipients. Now, next week is the 14th anniversary of that program, DACA. We met this morning with many DACA recipients, outstanding young men and women with tremendous academic achievement, great stories to tell about what they've done with their lives and how they have enriched our nation on a daily basis. As most of us know, Dreamers came here as children, grew up as Americans. They entered the workforce, became parents, and have contributed to and strengthened countless communities and industries. Yeah, there are hundreds of examples of this administration purposely and mistakenly, and in some cases, detaining and deporting these Dreamers. For example, Jose Contreras Diaz from Texas was told that he would return to his family in a few hours after he was detained. After being detained by agents, he was subsequently deported. Carolina Xochitl Santiago from Ms. Escobar's area district was similarly detained and spurred a legal fight with the administration, which argued in court proceedings that they had the right to indefinitely detain Dreamers. Thankfully, the administration lost that case, and Ms. Santiago is now free. But she, Ms. Santiago, Ms. Diaz, and thousands of others have been deeply traumatized by this unlawful deportation campaign. This amendment will halt this troubling, un-American pattern. And I ask all my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his amendment. Gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Well, I'm sympathetic to the status of DACA recipients and have voted for some of those measures that you have spoken about to my colleague from New York. While they're waiting for renewal of their status, whatever they're doing, this amendment has no exceptions or carve-outs for those who have committed criminal offenses. If I've got the current amendment, it says none of the funds may be used to initiate or continue detainment or removal of DACA people. That's it. There's no limitation. If you commit an offense that's legitimately gets you on the radar screen, this says, well, as long as you got DACA status, it's okie dokie. You can't have your status questioned, removed, deported, whatever. As drafted, this amendment imposes a blanket prohibition that fails to ensure our immigrations are applied fairly and consistency. This is how it looks to me this would apply if we enacted it. If a DACA recipient was convicted of a crime, this provision would prevent this criminal from being removed from the United States.
Mr. Chairman?
Can I finish? And I will. Sure. I will. You know, I don't use all my time, so I'm sure I'll be happy to yield. If you are for people who have DACA status who commit serious felonies, personal, whatever, I don't see the language in here that says, oh, no. So I'll just say this. For these reasons, I urge a no vote from my colleagues, and I yield some time to my colleague from Maryland.
Just a question. Am I incorrect that if you commit a crime and you have DACA status, you lose DACA status? Is that not accurate?
That's right.
Well,
That's correct.
That's left to interpretation under this. And listen, I'm just telling you.
No, I
This
understand what you
is-
told me, but I think they lose DACA status. So,
Well, I'm just saying this is a curious thing to put on there. I think there could very well be some language that said, absent the conviction of a crime or something like that, instead of going, oh no, I gotta go to section 3, and that tells me to go subsection A. This the way it is, I know I'm nuts. I could see somebody blanket arguing, hey, DACA, King's X. And depending on that jurisdiction and who that is, whether it's Mr. Ivy or one of his colleagues 8 states away or something, not a clean way to do this.
I think you raise a relevant point. I think it may be moot, but it's questionable. Would the chair be able to accept a friendly amendment which clarifies the fact that if you...
What the chair, reclaiming my time, what the chair would be willing to do, if somebody wants to take a shot at tightening that up while everybody's out cheering for the baseball folks, that'd be great. I yield back.
Why don't you do that?
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been dealing with DACA for many years, and the DACA rules are very clear. If you have a criminal record, then you can't be DACA. And the DACA folks are the ones that got brought in that don't really know their country because they brought it in over here. And what they are, they're working, they've got an education, they don't have a criminal record at all. So I understand what the chairman is saying, but again, you can't be DACA if you have a criminal record. I've seen in the constituent work that we've been doing in South Texas is we've had DACA students that have been picked up or DACA individuals. Some are students and some are not, but they're DACA, they're dreamers itself. And I think with all due respect, I think what they're doing, what the ICE folks are doing, they're looking for low-hanging fruit. They go and look for DACA folks. They go look for folks that are coming out of immigration courts. And I know that because I've sat down with folks in the detention centers. And again, I understand what you're saying. It's not clear in this amendment, but it doesn't have to be clear. But if we have to do an amendment to it, even though the law is clear, I would ask that you consider that because, Mr. Chairman, they're educated, they're working, they got no criminal record, and it's just the type of individuals that we have. And I'd be happy to yield some time to the gentleman.
Thank you very much. So we're clear, this is if you already have DACA status and you get convicted while you have status. We need to clarify that makes something happen instead of just DACA, leave me alone. I know you can't get it if you got that. That's not what this is talking about. We're talking about if you get convicted while on DACA, then the regular immigration stuff should apply.
And yes, sir. And even if you have DACA and you commit a crime, then you're out. But if we want to clear it up a little bit, we'll be happy to work with y'all. But I think we need to do that, even though personally I think it's not necessary. But in order to get it done, I would ask the gentleman from New York to consider that change on that. And we'll work with you, Mr. Chairman, and have our staff work that language out. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
And I accept the recommendations of Chairman Amadei to include that clarification language in the amendment. And I'll table this amendment now so that we can come back to it shortly. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. So just to be clear, the amendment's withdrawn for now while you work on it to resubmit. Is that correct?
Yes. Withdraw it.
You're withdrawing now and? Yes. Okay, we'll just move on and come back hopefully later. Thank you. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and ask that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from New York is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is based on the basic principle that communities deserve a voice in decisions that affect their safety, their neighborhoods, and their quality of life. My amendment would prohibit the use of funds to construct new ICE or CBP detention facilities located within 500 feet of a child care facility unless public notice, review, and congressional reporting requirements are met. Earlier this year, DHS began constructing a CBP facility in my district without notifying local officials, consulting with the public, or providing any meaningful information about its impact. The facility is being built within the Kenneth B. Keating Federal Building, which also houses, on the floor below, a daycare center. Children will use a playground separated from a detention area by a single hallway. Whether you support or oppose the president's immigration policy, decisions like this should not be made behind closed doors without the input from community. Congress has a responsibility to oversee DHS, and local communities deserve transparency when federal agencies build detention facilities in their cities. My amendment does not prohibit construction or operation of these facilities. It simply requires public notice, disclosure of relevant safety and environmental reviews, an opportunity for community input, and notification to the Congress before construction begins. If DHS has done its homework, engaged the community, and fully evaluated the consequences of its actions, projects like this can move forward. But we simply cannot allow the Department of Homeland Security to bring their chaos into our communities. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amodei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to start a brush fire here or anything like that.
A little late.
Oh, I'm a little late, so anyhow, put your asbestos on. So listen, the situation that you have just described to my colleague from New York is like, so it's in the same building as a local detention center, something like that. I get that. I've been informed since one of the earlier ones that the Department of Homeland Security has just, within the last 20 days, said NEPA applies. Now, I was thinking big, like the detention center type of thing, here, there, wherever. And so they've re-embraced NEPA, which those of you familiar with it are like, oh, we're gonna build a detention facility next to XYZ junior high or something like that. I know that phrase dates me. But having said that, if you want to tailor this, if you want to shot while you're not turning double plays at second base in the next few hours or something like that, you want a shot at tightening this up to your situation, that would certainly, because right now it's pretty broad. We know that NEPA applies again, which we all favor. And so if you want a shot at trying to deliver for the specific situation where you're talking different floors of the same building and local detention facilities, then we'd certainly be willing to look at that. But if you like it the way it is, then I'm prepared to go forward.
Just so I understand, to be clear, this is within my federal office building in downtown Rochester. We have, of course, federal office buildings. It's a federal courthouse, both for criminal and civil, as well as bankruptcy court. So people are coming in and out all time. And there is, on the lower level, a daycare center. In fact, when the kids are out playing, they're out, you can see them right where you are. And so it's been now proposed, and they've actually started construction of detention cells right adjacent to the daycare center. I can't imagine a worse place. So so having described that, I'm happy to work with you as long as you understand what I'm trying to do. I think in those cases, it seems highly inappropriate, but
The choice is reclaiming my time. The choice is yours. If you think you've got a situation that is not the blanket, nothing anywhere within 500 feet, if it is true that it's under the same roof, so to speak.
Yes, it is.
And different floors of the same building, it would seem to me that that might be better trimmed in terms of avoiding that. But
well, yeah, no, I would say
It's
this.
your
I
amendment.
appreciate your comments, Mr. Chair, and I'm always looking for a solution. Just want to simply make sure this is not in an inappropriate place. So I would welcome the opportunity. I withdraw again, if I could, temporarily, and during the next several hours, see if we can't get my staff and yours to work together on something that works. And I would certainly defer to the ranking member as well if he's amenable.
Two things. First of all, this isn't an appropriate place for just about anything. Second, if we can go on the same path that Mr. Espai got, so your folks can work with the committee folks, see what they come up with, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Chair, Mr. Ranking Member, Ms. Ranking Member. I appreciate very much the willingness to do that. I will withdraw on a temporary basis to see if we can work that out, and I very much appreciate the chair's willingness to talk about it.
Thank the gentleman for withdrawing. Hope we see a successful collusion. We made a valiant effort, but obviously you're coming back, which I regret, but we stayed as late as we thought was appropriate last night. So I would recommend that you be here 30 minutes after the end of the baseball game. I think that's appropriate amount of time. If somebody has a better idea than me, I'm all ears. Yes, ma'am, gentlelady from Texas. I'm sorry? No, members have got to go. Baseball players have got to leave. I said last night, 4 o'clock. I'm sorry? Yes, you may. We've got about 7 or 8, about equally split. Yeah. Yeah. But look, again, I'm sorry. This was made clear last night. Yes, Mr. Ivy?
know if this committee does that, but could we, the baseball players can go, but we could continue doing the hearing and you could hold the votes until, no, okay.
Nice try. Should have been inventive earlier today. Any other questions? Without I'm sorry? No, we're not pairing. You know, nice try again. Both sides are being very creative now. I wish we'd been more creative last night or this morning. I'm sorry? I do, but you apparently don't. I mean, you guys have been coming up the hill all day long. I mean, we're still up there with machine guns, so don't worry. But again, that's fine. It was a choice that was made. That's where we are. We will reconvene with 30 minutes after the ball game. So I declare the committee in recess. I thank you all for working so hard. I really do. Again, we came close. Maybe next time we'll make it. Thank you. And we are in recess.
Okay.